Hello everyone. Namaskar. This is Niklesh Jain and आप जो है वो देख रहे हैं दोस्तों लाइव ब्रॉडकास्ट FIDE World Cup semifinal. So just now game has already started and Koneru Humpy started with the D4 and Lei Tingjie replied with D5. So D4, D5 and C4 are already on the board. So I think we are going to witness some of the main lines, maybe QDD, maybe some other line. Let's see. And let's check Divya Deshmukh game also. Yes, Divya started today with E4, and this is something exciting. Tan replied with C5. सिसिलियन ओपनिंग हो रहा है, मतलब कि कुछ फाइट आज इस बोर्ड पर होने वाला है. ओके, नाइट F3 E6 एंड इस गेम पे सिसिलियन खेला गया है. तान के माइंडसेट पे आएंगे. वी आर गोइंग टू डिस्कस अबाउट तान एंड हर ओपनिंग चॉइस आल्सो. सो वेलकम एवरीवन. सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है एंड दिस इज द सेकेंड डे. सो फर्स्ट डे आई थिंक सागर भाई ने कमेंट्री का एंड किया था एंड बोथ गेम ended in a draw, and in a way, as a Sushant Polgar also I think also she tweeted about it, that this will be psychological advantage for Indian players because today they are playing from white pieces in the final round. And it's not always about the how you're going to play in the game. It's not always about your preparation, it's about your nerves. So how you're going to manage yourself today in the pressure situation that one game result will put you in or out from World Cup final. So this is a huge pressure in everyone, and including the Indian players also. But there is psychological advantage when you start with white pieces in the final round. Okay, so let's talk about Koneru Humpy game. Okay, so its game started D4, D5, C4, C6, Slav exchange variation, and Humpy took the D5, and then knight F3. Okay, I think if we talk about Humpy, I think again Humpy today, she's going to play solid, and maybe she might be look some chances whenever is possible. But because I don't think Humpy will hesitate to enter in rapid tiebreak. Because two reasons. She is currently world rapid champion. Second, she already defeat Lei in some, I think, some rapid games. So if this game ended in a draw and Humpy will enter in tiebreak, I don't think Humpy will have any issue regarding that. But definitely, it's always good to finish in classical, and then you will have one extra rest day, and then you can enter in final with one extra rest day. Okay, so here game is continuously moving. 4 knights already out. दिव्या के गेम देखते हैं. ओके, दिव्या के गेम के बारे में थोड़ा सा बात करते हैं कि E4, C5, नाइट F3, E6 हुआ है यहाँ पे. और यहाँ पे एक चीज जो मैं मेंशन करना चाहूंगा कि इफ यू टॉक अबाउट तान, ये जो ब्लैक से स्टैंड लिया गया है सिसिलियन का, this is very clear that she want to go positive with the positive attitude in this game. Means she want to play little aggressive also. The reason is might be the result of last World Chess Championship and her recent results. Like for example, Cranes Cup also went disaster for her. And when you're playing this kind of important round and you already played all the tournaments really well, and so you just want to go for with positive attitude, because if you cannot play these kind of games with the draw mindset कि चलो आज draw करते हैं और फिर टाई ब्रेक खेल लेंगे. लेकिन अगर आपके दिमाग में ड्रॉ चल रहा है कि आई एम गोइंग टू प्ले ड्रॉ, बहुत बार टॉप प्लेयर्स ने ये बात बोली है कि इफ यू आर गोइंग टू प्ले वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट गेम यू हैव टू गो विद पॉजिटिव माइंडसेट. सो सिसिलियन चॉइस इज maybe she want to play some aggressive chess. She want to keep herself motivated regarding this game. So let's see what will happen. Okay, E5 हो गया है यहाँ पर, and now C3, knight F6, E5, knight D5. Okay. Okay, knight D5, D4. Okay. अमरेश कुमार, तुमसे पक्का गलती ही हुई है भाई. तुम गलत चैनल देख रहे हो, तुम हिंदी जाके देखो. Okay, so c into d4, c into d4. Okay, and here is d6. Okay, so if we talk about this current position, c3, knight f6, e5, knight f6, e5, d4, exchange, and now d6 break. This is okay. Already in this position, if you check some variations here, white usually play here bishop c4, bishop c4, and then if you try to exchange here e5, d into e5, even the normal situation bishop e7 castle, and even black castle, white will always have a space advantage because of this e5 pawn and because of these two important squares. So I think this is whatever is happening on the board is fine for Divya Deshmukh. One minute. Okay. Okay, so this is the game, and now we'll move to the Koneru Humpy game. Oh, already game progress a lot. Okay, so knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, four knights was out. Then Humpy started with bishop f4. Okay, knights, oh, bishop f5, e3. मतलब 100% symmetrical position till here. 100% symmetrical. Like copy paste Lei Tingjie जो है वो कर चुकी हैं इस position में. And then from this is the move where you cannot copy now. So Humpy played knight h4 and challenged this bishop. And let's see how she will continue. There is two options. Either you can play bishop g4 and then somewhere like queen b3, and then maybe like queen b6 is possible or no? Queen b6 could be not so good because after take h3, and maybe this bishop will be like you have to give this bishop g4 and bishop g6, and any moment on right moment white will capture this. So this could be little advantageous position for Humpy. So she played knight h4, and now let's see how Lei Tingjie will continue. So एक और चीज भी है कि जो मैं बोल रहा था कि हम्पी will not hesitate to go to play in tie break, but same Lei Tingjie also, like if you're playing from final round from black pieces, आपको पता है कि कम से कम एटलीस्ट यू वांट आल्सो ड्रॉ कि ओके कम से कम कोई नुकसान नहीं होना चाहिए, एंड देन विल सी इक्वल ग्राउंड्स ऑन टाई ब्रेक. सो okay, so let's see in next 5 to 10 moves are going to very important, because either game will move towards the balanced middle game, or maybe one side will have some advantage. Okay, winner will get the GM title. Is not already GM? Yes, हमने ये कल देखा था. So maybe Divya Deshmukh can earn GM title. Okay, so let's go to here in Tan game. Okay, so after this move, after d6, Divya is taking time, and I think she should take the time here because here Tan. Look, we will check the game from a start. Here, what happened is 3. Okay, anyway, here the e5 line chosen by Divya only. So this move means here you can go with main line like d4 also one of the line. Here e5 after e5, knight d5 and then d4. But now here means is naturally one of the natural move is knight c3 also is here. Bishop c4 is there. Even sometimes players play bishop d3 here. So even you can take ed6 direct, but you have to play with isolated queen pawn then. So let's see which line Divya will choose here. तो ये एक कॉमन तरीका है एक्चुअली में, एलापिन अगर आपने नाम सुना हो, जिसमें वाइट c3 करता है, तो वहाँ पे सबसे बेहतर तरीका उसको फेस करने का वन ऑफ द नाइट f6 है, ताकि आप e5 प्रेस कराओ, नाइट को सेंटर पे ले जाओ, एंड देन फिर उस स्ट्रक्चर को आप d6 से ब्रेक करते हो. सो ओके, सो फ्रॉम ब्लैक आल्सो दिस इज फाइन, बट ऑलवेज वाइट आई थिंक कीप slight edge in this opening. Okay, let's go back to the Tan Zhongyi game. e3, e6, knight h4. So after knight h4, she's taking the time. Meanwhile, someone says this fun fact: the position of the Divya has happened in Kasparov versus Judith game 1996 before. Nice. I think Divya is already in the level of grandmaster. So this is not so much big issue that currently she's international master only, because the way she's playing, and I think even if she don't win here in World Cup, anyway she will score GM norm very short somewhere, and she will become grandmaster. So she already crossed 2500 rating, so she don't have that compulsion. Also, I think one GM norm she already earned, so it's a matter of time only. But yes, मेरे हिसाब से तो if you are already in semi-final of World Cup, यहीं पे टाइटल मिल जाना चाहिए. मतलब वो फाइनल भी क्यों पहुंचने की जरूरत है, टॉप 4 में भी अगर कोई पहुंचा है वर्ल्ड कप के, वुमेन वर्ल्ड कप के, और आप वो ग्रैंड मास्टर कैसे नहीं होगा, तो यू हैव टू गिव टाइटल. एफआई का मतलब क्या होता है? एफआई का मतलब होता है फीडे इंस्ट्रक्टर. इट्स द टाइटल रिलेटेड ट्रेनर्स. So okay, so here Lei is taking time. Another point is like, for example, I show you, for example, black says simple bishop g6. इस तरह का कोई मूव अगर कोई खेल दे, so after queen b3, because your bishop is now absent from this place, and for example queen b6, you can just capture queen b6, pawn b6, and then take even knight g6, and white will always have little slight better position. So after knight h4, this is the moment to decide to Lei Tingjie how she is going to continue. The most natural move is always here. Oh, she played bishop g6. Okay. She played bishop g6. So now this is very important, that how Humpy is going to continue. Like, for example, are you going to take this immediately? But if you're going to take it at g6, you have to be careful with the short castle, because already this rook file is open. So bishop g6. So this is the time. Okay. You want to take opponent's bishop and keep double bishop advantage for you, but in the same time you need to take care with this bishop also. You have to make space via h3 or something in some moment. Okay, so Divya के गेम में चलते हैं. दिव्या के गेम में क्या हो रहा है? Divya played a3 line. Okay, this is one of the line people played here, a3, and now like you're waiting that okay, how black will continue here. For example, bishop e7. Okay, now bishop c4. Okay, and maybe castle. Okay, white will always have little slight advantage because of this pawn on e5 square. So a3 is important move to gain space from queen side, control this b4 square most probably, because whenever opponent exchange, this square might be little weak for white, और इसीलिए वो a3 किया गया है पहले, and then waiting for the opponent respond. So a3 is important move to take control here. So now any moment if you come with knight c3 also, it will be no problem. So But yes, if you go back and check with the games, and the most number of games played, is bishop c4 was the main line here. Bishop c4, and the second best choice was a3. So a3, Divya ने खेला है यहाँ पे, and let's see how Tan is going to continue from here. Sagar Bhai is keep traveling. He's in currently in United States. Okay. Now go back to here. Okay, so जैसा कि expected था, Humpy already played Queen B3, and now this is very common practice when जब opponent का bishop इधर से बाहर हो जाए और वापस नहीं आ पाए, so आप opponent के light colors को challenge करते हो, and Queen B3 is doing the same thing, challenging the some of the light squares of black. And now how you're going to defend? So there's two ideas: either you will come up with your queen for ready for exchange, or either you keep your queen inside the pawn structure and somewhere like c8 or d7 to defend the b7 pawn. So let's see how uh, Lei Tingjie is going to reply. But okay, one of the interesting moves also here is bishop b4. Okay, you just came up out with pinning this knight with the support of this bishop. But I don't think already one bishop in little danger, and you're going to exchange another here. Lei is going to exchange another bishop. So I think most probably queen d7 or queen c8 could be the better move. Okay, so Tan is here. Okay. A3, Divya already played here. So we have to wait for Tan reply. But so far, okay. Uh, the last move from black is challenging the white center, and white is saying, okay, I'm not going to do anything. Whenever you have time, take this pawn. तो दोस्तों अब मैं आपको बता दूं कि आज दूसरा गेम है सेमीफाइनल का. दिस इज द सेकंड गेम, एंड if this ended also in draw, so tomorrow the tie break will be played. But for example, this game today ended in result. For example, अपने हिसाब से अपन सोच लेते हैं कि Humpy and Divya win today, so then tomorrow will be break, and then final will start day after tomorrow. But if today game ended in draw, then score will be 1-1, and then tomorrow will be the tie break. So ये जो फॉर्मेट है, ये आई थिंक लास्ट 2-3 बार से काफी सक्सेसफुल रहा है. इवन द मेंस वर्ल्ड कप मैं बोलूं तो इवन कोरोना के पहले से, आई थिंक 2020 से मेंस वर्ल्ड कप में ये फॉर्मेट काफी सक्सेसफुल वे पे जो है वो काम कर रहा है, और इसीलिए इसको फिर वुमेन्स में भी जो है अप्लाई कर दिया गया है. सो द फॉर्मेट इज वेरी सिंपल थ्रू आउट द टूर्नामेंट, दैट whoever will play paired from round one, they have to play two classical games. If result don't came, then they have to play tie break, and one has to be eliminated and one has to be forward. So ये एक फॉर्मेट तैयार किया गया है और काफी सक्सेसफुली काम कर रहा है, क्योंकि चेस के तीनों फॉर्मेट यू विल एबल टू सी इन दिस फॉर्म मींस इन दिस टूर्नामेंट. लाइक आपको क्लासिकल भी देखने मिल रहा है, यू हैव टू सी रैपिड आल्सो, ब्लिट्ज आल्सो. सो somehow this is good for chess also, and I think this time even the world women's world cup काफी सक्सेसफुल रहा है कंपेयर टू अर्लियर वर्ल्ड कप. और लोग देख रहे हैं ज्यादा, लोग बातें कर रहे हैं ज्यादा इसके बारे में. सो ओवरऑल दिस टाइम वर्ल्ड कप हो रहा है बातुमी में, जॉर्जिया में, जहाँ पे 2022 नो सॉरी 2018 चेस ओलंपियाड भी हुआ था. सो यहाँ मेरी बहुत सारी यादें जुड़ी हुई हैं. सो बातुमी बहुत ही खूबसूरत जगह है ये. Okay, so here Tan, okay, she took the e5 pawn, and now definitely 100% Divya is going to take with this pawn only. I hope so, not from knight, because there is no no way to take from knight, because why you will keep the isolated pawn. So I think Divya will take any moment this e5 pawn. Okay, I think Divya is going to take that pawn, but here what is happening here is after queen b3, okay, still Lei is thinking, okay, how to defend this pawn. You cannot defend with rook b8 because of this bishop, so that is not optional. Okay, if you try to play something like b6, something, it will be biggest blunder because of bishop b5. And आपके पास bishop नहीं है defend करने के लिए, you have to defend with something like, for example, bishop b5 and then rook c8, and then queen a4 will come and double attack will happen, and then you have to bring another piece somewhere, like for example queen c7, oh sorry, queen's not queen d7, queen d7, and then even rook c1 is coming, and then after one sacrifice, this all position will blast. So that's why after queen b3 you cannot defend with b6. You have to defend with queen only. That is the best only move actually. So the question is only, there is three questions are. Oh, so हम जो बात कर रहे थे थोड़ी देर पहले, she played bishop b4. Now this is a little surprising for me, and I think Humpy will be happy with this, because maybe Humpy will start something like this: knight into g6, pawn into g6, and just challenge this bishop. Just ask this bishop, okay, what do you want to do? You want to capture here? Okay, capture. And then we are entering in one endgame where white have double bishop. But yes, the knight is going to play important role here. Something like here, in some moment here. Rook is having open file. So yes, black will have some play, and that is, I think, this is the reason behind bishop b4 choice from Lei Tingjie. So Lei ने सोच समझ के ही चुना है इस लाइन को. कोई बोल रहा है both Divya and Humpy have white today. What if they both strike and play final against each other? अब अगर ये दोनों ही फाइनल खेलेंगे तो अलग ही बात होगी. Let's see. Okay, so here what is happening here, जो हमने बात किया था. Okay, Divya took with pawn, bishop b7, bishop d3. So okay, according to computer, this may be equal position, but as I understand, this pawn is going to be very crucial in this game. आसान नहीं होगा ब्लैक के लिए ये पोजीशन को. ये इस तरह का पोजीशन होता है, इज लाइक वन मिस्टेक एंड ब्लैक विल बी इन ट्रबल. सो बहुत एक्यूरेट, बहुत अच्छे से खेलना पड़ेगा ब्लैक को यहाँ पे. एंड white is, I think white will be fully fine with this outcome in the opening. Divya definitely will be happy. I feel Divya is the next big thing in women chess after Judith Polgar. Maybe. She already shown so many moments that she's a fighter, and she's ready to improve, and she's really hard worker on the board. So all the qualities you need to be a top women chess player, Divya already had those qualities. So it's the matter of, I think, time. And this is good news for India, like, because for the long time we always depend on two stars only, Humpy and Harika. Humpy is still signing, Harika also is still doing well, but in their presence already Divya Deshmukh is there, R Vaishali is there, Vantika Agarwal is there. Okay, unfortunately Vantika knockout from top 8, but if you remember, she already beat top players in the two world champions, actually two ex-world champions she defeated. So she's also very talented, and she was also the part of chess Olympiad gold medal winning team. So I think in women's also we have a now very strong team, and this is not all because of youngsters. Still Humpy is playing really good chess. This is also very important. Harika is still active, playing really well. Harika played really crucial role in chess Olympiad gold medal in absence of Humpy. So I think Indian women chess is also growing these days really well. And it's not about what I think, it's ये सबके सामने ही है भाई। चेस वर्ल्ड कप में अगर हम 8 में से 4 हैं तो बड़ी बात है, और हम ओलंपियाड का गोल्ड मेडल जीतते हैं वुमेन्स में, वही बड़ी बात है। तो ऑलरेडी दिख रहा है ये चीज। Okay, so knight d7 played by Tan here, and I'm not going to say that okay, this position is bad for black or something, but if I will ask you to choose one side, I'm going to choose definitely white position, because I'm going to develop my pieces very easily in next few moves. Castle is easy. My e5 pawn will always give me some space, some extra chances. And black has to be careful to find squares for his pieces, especially for example this light squares bishop. Because of this pawn structure is not easy to activate. Okay, you have to come here, and activate in only this diagonal you can be activate. Okay, but in the same time, for example, if in any moment white will go knight d4 or something, so even that is not possible. Means okay, you can exchange there, but so there are some problem for black related development, while white don't have any problem related development. Okay, so Lei Tingjie, come back to this game. Okay, so okay, here जो हुआ है वो मैं आपको बता देता हूँ. Bishop b4, and Humpy asked directly question here, why your bishop is here. Lei Tingjie exchange this knight with check. Okay, take. And now here, okay, this pawn is under attack, but in the same time, now you need to be careful with the king also. So for example, white castle, you take another, this also, I think should take. But now there is two things. If you're going to take this, always knight a5, you have to come back, I don't know, somewhere here or something. Let's maybe knight e4. There will be some activity for black, sure. This is going to be, I think this is game going to be very interesting game, and this is must be the part of preparation. So एक बार अगर हम शुरू से देखें कि क्या कुछ हुआ अभी तक, d4 d5 c4, यहाँ पर एक्सचेंज वेरिएशन खेला हम्पी ने, स्लाव एक्सचेंज, एंड देन 4 नाइट्स होता है, देन बिशप f4 बिशप f5, फुल कॉपी पेस्ट किया तान ने, एकदम सिमेट्रिकल स्ट्रक्चर. देन हम्पी चैलेंज द बिशप विद नाइट h4, बिशप गोज टू g6. यहाँ पे भी बिशप g4 का आइडिया था, बट वो नहीं खेला. बट देन क्वीन b3, बिशप b4 लाइन a3, और ये पोजीशन है अभी करंटली. और अभी अभी फिलहाल ये नहीं आ रहा, नाइट ए5 इज नॉट वर्किंग करंटली, बिकॉज पहले कैसल करना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज यहाँ पे क्वीन b4 वगैरह जो है वो अच्छा मूव है, कैसल भी रुक जाएगा. सो करंटली आई थिंक द बेस्ट मूव फॉर ब्लैक इज कैसल. थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखने की जरूरत है, बट आई थिंक वाइट इज सॉलिड, कोई इशू नहीं है ऐसा. Okay, so let's go back to the Divya game. Here after knight d7 move नहीं हुआ है. So just 1 minute. Okay, knight d7. Now, how white will continue from this position? I think maybe simple castle is okay. Castle. And maybe now, if black will also castle here, then you can come up with queen c2, looking here. And that's why a3 is very important, actually, to stop this knight b4 kind of things in any moment. And now, abhi c file pe aap baith sakte ho, because c file still is not so clear. So like for example h6 first, and then knight c3, or then still I think ये देखो ये प्रॉब्लम रहेगा ब्लैक को, दिस बिशप का प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करना ही पड़ेगा. Okay, so this is the position, knight d7. Let's go to Koneru Humpy game. ओके आफ्टर B3 अभी तक रिस्पॉन्ड नहीं किया है लेट इंजरी. एक्चुअली में जो करंट पोजीशन है उसमें दोनों साइड से जो है वो कैसल जो है वो प्रॉबली ब्लैक का बेस्ट मूव है. सो हम्पी का गेम हुआ है स्लाव एक्सचेंज वेरिएशन हुआ है. और जो यहाँ पर दिव्या का गेम हुआ है इसमें सिसिलियन अलापिन खेला गया है. Why e5 pawn is strong when f6 break can happen in Divya game? Yes, look, if you're going to give, ये structure थोड़ा अलग है. Because आप जब भी whenever you're going to give this f6 break or something, you need to careful with your king, number one. Second, the e6 pawn will be alone in that case, in some cases. So black need to be very careful. This is not like exactly French kind of position जहाँ पे queen side से already आपके पास एक close setup होता है where c5 and d5 is there. वो नहीं है यहाँ पे. So this is totally little different situation. वो pawn अकेला रह जाएगा. Already c and d pawn is already c and d file is open. So you know when there is a close position and you give break from one place and you are handled to able to handle that file particular square or something, that is fine. But if board is already fully open, c there is no pawn in c file, there is no pawn in d file, and you're going to give break from f6, is going to be very very risky. फॉर एग्जाम्पल अभी जब तक हम वेट कर रहे हैं, व्हाइट ने कासल किया एंड ब्लैक ने भी कासल कर लिया. और अभी हमने खेला क्वीन c2, आपने खेला h6, हमने खेला नाइट c3 एंड यू ओके लेट्स गिव ब्रेक फ्रॉम f6. अभी क्या हो गया, ये स्क्वायर वीक है, ये स्क्वायर वीक है और ये भी वीक है. सो दिस इज नॉट इजी थिंग टू प्ले हेयर. इवन यहाँ पे ऐसा सिचुएशन भी आ सकता है, इस टाइप का सिचुएशन कि बिशप एक्टिवेट हो जाएगा. अभी d5 को बचाओ आप, और आप एक्सचेंज वगैरह करते हो तो आपको e6 का प्रॉब्लम है इवन यहाँ पे. तो बहुत सारे अलग अलग तरह के प्रॉब्लम हो सकते हैं. तो यहाँ पे ये जो f6 ब्रेक है, इट्स नॉट सो इजी. आई डोंट थिंक ऋषभ जैन की ये प्रिटी ऑब्वियस था कि वो सिसिलियन ही खेलेगी. आई डोंट थिंक, because in this kind of game sometimes you go safe, you just want to play e5 maybe or solid. Sicilian is like little dynamic, you're going to play one dynamic game. And if you see Divya style is like Divya like this kind of position, Divya को अटैक करना, इनिशिएटिव लेना, ये अच्छा लगता है. सो उस तरह से अगर आप देखोगे तो आई थिंक दिस पोजीशन इज गुड फॉर दिव्या, दिस स्टाइल इज गुड फॉर दिव्या. सेम फॉर तान ऑल्सो, शी इज ऑल्सो एक्टिव प्लेयर, she like to play with activity. थैंक यू एवरीवन, जितने भी लोग थैंक यू कर रहे हैं. और किसी ने पूछा कि हु इज बेटर, हम्पी और दिव्या. भाई मतलब अभी अभी आप ये मेरे को बोलोगे कि करंटली आप पूछोगे कौन बेटर है, सो इसमें कोई बोलने की बात है. हम्पी 2 टाइम्स का वर्ल्ड रैपिड चैंपियन है. हम्पी वन ऑफ द ग्रेटेस्ट इंडियन वुमेन चेस प्लेयर है सो फार की. तो नो डाउट हम्पी इज बेटर, नो डाउट. यस फ्यूचर मे बी दिव्या विल बी बेटर इन फ्यूचर, बट करंटली इस पे कोई कंपैरिजन का सवाल ही नहीं उठता. अब आनंद जी से आप कंपेयर करने लगो गुकेश का अभी, तो भी कोई कंपैरिजन नहीं है. एक आदमी 5 बार जीत के बैठा है, दूसरा अभी अभी जीता है, तो कंपैरिजन हो का कोई मतलब ही नहीं बनता है वहां पे. ओके सो okay here Tan played b6 move. Whoa, she's not castling here. Okay, so her idea is to just first activate this bishop. So यहाँ पे दिव्या ने castle किया. After knight d7 castle and she played b6 here. So this is something interesting here. White can go here with something like to take advantage of this diagonal. So for example, queen a4 with the idea to enter the queen here. If castling, then maybe this queen can switch to in moment like queen e4 or something to create something against the king. So okay, one of the ideas, queen a4. And for example, queen a4 and someone play bishop b7. This is possible here. Okay, maybe the idea is to just switch this queen in some moment to somewhere here or something. Could be. Okay, so another way is to just play simple. So once again, something like maybe rook e1. बिकॉज ये बिशप आप बहुत सोच समझ के निकालोगे, यू हैव टू सी, बिकॉज अभी ये बिशप के लिए जगह जो है वो नहीं है, यहाँ पे आप जा नहीं सकते, इधर जा नहीं सकते, इधर जा नहीं सकते, इधर जा नहीं सकते. सो अभी ये सारे स्क्वायर जो है वो अवेलेबल नहीं है बिशप के लिए. सो ये बिशप के लिए आपको इंतजार करना पड़ेगा. Okay, knight, if you come out directly like this, then this exchange will happen. So either you have to go queen c2 or something, queen e2 or something, no, queen c2 or something, or queen b3 to bring this knight out. So थोड़ा इशू है, ऐसा नहीं है कि सब कुछ इजी है वाइट की तरफ से भी. तो थोड़ा तो बैलेंस यहाँ पे बनाना पड़ेगा. मे बी बिशप d2 knight c3 will work, maybe, but at some moment you need rook e1 also to support this pawn. Okay, let's go to the Koneru Humpy game. So after bc3, okay, I have to just update you about it. This thing we didn't notice till now. Okay, Koneru Humpy is having 1 hour 30 minutes, means she's playing really fast. And Lei Tingjie already used 27 minutes, means currently she's having 1 hour 3 minutes. So this is something good news for Humpy, like yesterday also, that this opening phase work for her, and now this time you can utilize in one important moment of the game. No, World Championship is totally different thing, Rishabh Jain. World Championship is totally different thing because it's not like your tournament will end today. Okay, when you start playing World Championship, you have, okay, 7 games from white, 7 games from black, and there is a lot of games in World Championship. You have to play this kind of line, Sicilian or something, to like one day, okay, आज मैं जीतने के लिए खेलती हूँ, आज मैं जीतने के लिए खेलता हूँ. But ये अलग मैच है, एक ही राउंड है ना. और इस पे गलत हो गया तो बाहर ही हो जाते हो आप, आपके पास दूसरा मौका नहीं. इन वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप व्हाट हैपन इज, ओके चलो एक मैच आप हार गए, आप 2-1 से पीछे चल रहे, अरे आप 3-1 से पीछे चल रहे हो, यू हैव, आपके पास 12 मैच है, 10 मैच और है, 7-8 मैच और है. सो आपके पास वापसी करने का मौका होता है. सो व्हेन यू हैव अ चांस टू कम बैक, यू टेक मोर रिस्क. दिस इज नेचुरल. If you don't take risk, then how you are going to win? So you have to take risk if you have a more games. But in the same time, if you have only one game remaining, one classical game, उधर आप रिस्क लेते हो एंड समथिंग वेंट रॉन्ग, तो फिर दूसरा मौका नहीं मिलने वाला है ना. सो दैट इज अ बिग डिफरेंस इन दिस काइंड ऑफ इवेंट. वर्ल्ड कप और वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप जब आप खेल रहे हो वो टोटली अलग चीज है. और आपको, इफ यू वांट टू स्टडी दिस, यू कैन गो एंड चेक इवन द मेंस वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप गेम्स and analyze and check that, okay, those players, what they do in this kind of tournament and what they do in that kind of tournament. कार्तिक भाई, आप जो बोल रहे हो, द स्टाइल ऑफ प्लेइंग ऑफ दिव्या एंड हम्पी इज क्वाइट सिमिलर एक्चुअली. हाँ, वो दोनों को ही अग्रेसिव खेलना पसंद है. और हम्पी इज लाइक मोर, बट मैं बोलूंगा कि हम्पी इज because experience हो गया है ना अभी, so she is more good in almost all kind of things, like positional also, and active also, but attacking chess also. But in the same time, okay, here if you want to differentiate both, maybe I will say that, okay, Humpy will be better in positional chess compared to Divya. बट सो ये भी चीजें डिसाइड हो सकती हैं. Tan is not the candidate. She is not already the candidate because from last year, FIDE already changed the rule that World Championship challenger will not qualify directly to candidate. So that means even the last time, Ding Liren is not qualified for next candidate. Same as woman, Tan is not qualified for next World Championship. Oh, sorry, World next candidate. She has to qualify. So इधर पे रूल चेंज हो गया है भाई. अब वो पहले जैसी बात जो है वो नहीं रह गई है. Okay, so Queen D7 यहाँ पे आ गया है. Okay, so she defend with Queen D7, the B7 pawn. यहाँ पे okay, after Queen D7, now for example, White will go with Knight G6, at G6, and maybe simple, keep the king in the center and just target this B pawn. So for example, Bishop B5, then Bishop B6, Bishop B5 is coming. I don't know, this looks interesting. इधर पे कैसल कुड बी बेट वाज बेटर बिकॉज कैसल पे शायद क्वीन B7 नहीं आ रहा था. इस पे कुछ ऐसा था आई थिंक मे बी. ओके एनीवे सो शी प्लेड क्वीन D7 एंड दिस इज गुड फॉर कोनेरू हम्पी. तो देखते हैं क्या हमको आज डबल नाइट वर्सेस डबल बिशप का एंड गेम देखने के लिए मिल सकता है. सो अगर वैसा कुछ हो जाए तो मजा आ जाएगा. सो लेट्स सी. लेट्स चेक द तान गेम वंस अगेन. ओके तो यहाँ पे हो गया. चलते हैं यहाँ पर तान. ओके तान का गेम तो हम देख ही रहे थे. उन्होंने B6 किया था यहाँ पे और अभी दिव्या सोच रहे हैं यहाँ पे. ओके दिव्या और तान का जो गेम का जो पोजीशन है उस पर अगर हम बात करें तो दिव्या इज टेकिंग मोर टाइम. सी इज इन 1 hour 3 minute एंड तान इज प्लेइंग फास्ट. इज हैविंग 1 hour 24 minute. तो यहाँ पे तान थोड़ा सा तेज खेल रहे हैं विद द प्रिपरेशन और दिव्या थोड़ा टाइम ले रही है. तो इससे ये बात साबित होती है कि ये मस्ट बी ये जो सिसिलियन खेला गया तान की तरफ से विद द प्रिपरेशन है. और दिव्या ने भी जितनी जल्दी C3 से रिस्पॉन्ड किया था तो वो भी डेफिनेटली ये होगा कि यू डोंट वांट टू अलाउ अपोनेंट टू एंटर इन द मेन वेरिएशन ऑन हर प्रिपरेशन. सो यू से ओके यू जस्ट पुट योर अपोनेंट आउट ऑफ प्रिपरेशन एंड प्ले समथिंग डिफरेंट लाइन C3 और समथिंग. बट अगर कोई आया है सिसिलियन खेल रहा है सो शी मस्ट बी प्रिपेयर ऑफ द अबाउट दिस लाइन ऑल्सो. बट आई थिंक हाँ ओवरऑल वाइट का पोजिशन फाइन है. ओके डेफिनेटली इन अभी सागर भाई हर्षित भाई सभी लोग जो है वो अलग अलग टाइम जोन में. एंड इट्स नॉट इजी टू डू कमेंट्री इन दिस टाइम. इसीलिए सागर भाई नहीं है यहाँ पे अभी. अदरवाइज डेफिनेटली ही विल टेक चार्ज. दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इवेंट एंड दोनों जीतेंगी आज हमारी छोरियां. 1 minute. ओके सो कुछ इस तरीके से गेम आगे बढ़ा है. दिस इज द करंट पोजीशन. B6 is the last move of Tan and so from then like almost 10 minutes होने को है जब से दिव्या जो है अभी सोच रहे हैं कि how she is going to continue. Okay, here after Queen D7, Humpy is taking time just now, but 6 मिनट लिए उन्होंने. This is the maximum time she took till now for any move. So क्योंकि अभी तक तो उन्होंने टाइम ही खर्च नहीं किया था जितना टाइम दिया गया था शुरू में. The same time she was having. Now she spent some time in this position. This is the critical moments now. This is the critical moment to continue the game. Members for 37 months, good to see you here. निकू जी आप नेक्स्ट कौन सा इवेंट टूर्नामेंट कवर करेंगे? फर्स्ट मैं अभी इंडिया वापस जाने वाला हूँ जल्दी ही एक आध हफ्ते में. एंड देन आई थिंक उसके बाद चेन्नई ग्रैंड मास्टर भी हो रहा है, चेन्नई सुपर ग्रैंड मास्टर टूर्नामेंट, अर्जुन विल बी इन एक्शन, देन सेंट लुइस हो रहा है जहाँ पे प्रज्ञानंदा एंड गुकेश विल बी इन एक्शन, सेंट लुइस रैपिड ब्लिट्ज भी होगा, फिर क्लासिकल होगा यूएसए में। आई थिंक आई एम नॉट श्योर बट मे बी सागर भाई स्टेइंग फॉर दैट टूर्नामेंट ऑल्सो। मुझे पता नहीं अभी क्या प्लान है सागर भाई का, मैंने पूछा ही नहीं, बट मे बी। सो सागर भाई विल कवर दैट टूर्नामेंट ऑल्सो, जब तक गए हैं इतनी दूर तो, क्योंकि उसके बाद भी बहुत कुछ है वहां पे। सो ओके, यहाँ पे फाइनली हम्पी टुक द डिसीजन टू टेक दिस बिशप ऑल्सो। सो नाउ ऑलरेडी दिस पोजिशन हैपन ऑलरेडी इन द बोर्ड। Hey, this is very interesting, huh? Double knight versus double bishop. So, what you need for bishops? You need good open position with diagonal, and what you need for knight is you need good outpost. Oh, क्या बात है, जो हमने सोचा था वही हो रहा है बोर्ड के ऊपर। हम्पी is playing the same way. She took the g6 bishop and now simply asking the question about the b7 pawn. Who's going to defend this b7 pawn? And this is little different. Like for example, I will show you something. If you say, oh, knight a5, but this is not working. Why this is not working? Can you find out the best move here, friends? Let me know in chat. What is the best move here? यहाँ पे क्या चाल होगी? यस, किसी किसी ने मुझे बोला क्वीन b5 इज नॉट द बेस्ट मूव है। यहाँ पे जो सबसे अच्छा मूव है, यहाँ पर आकाश अग्रवाल ने बोला है, नलन ने बोला है यहाँ पर। तो यहाँ पर जो बेस्ट मूव है वो क्वीन b4 एक्चुअली में। क्वीन b4 पहला काम आप करते हो, स्टॉप द कैसल, एंड सेकंड इन करेक्ट मोमेंट इवन द बिशप b5 इज पॉसिबल, नॉट नाउ बिकॉज नाइट विल गो बैक टू हियर। सो उसको भी नाइट बचाना पड़ेगा। सो नाइट कैसे बचाएंगे वो? सो इफ दे गो बैक समवेयर लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल क्वीन d8, ये बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है। सो देन ये जो पोजीशन बन रहा है ये बहुत अच्छा नहीं है यहाँ पर ब्लैक के लिए। इवन व्हाइट कुछ ना भी करे और सिंपल बिशप d3 रख के खेले तो ब्लैक फंसा हुआ है एकदम, कैसल हो नहीं रहा है, नाइट हवा में अटका हुआ है, b7 को भी डिफेंड करना है। तो ये पोजीशन अच्छा नहीं है, और इसीलिए ये जो चाल है, मैंने आपको बोला कि रुक b1 के बाद ये नाइट a5 काम नहीं कर रहा है। और दिस कुड बी वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट मोमेंट ऑफ दिस गेम, बिकॉज देयर इज नो गेम इन डाटाबेस। और मैं आपको बताता हूँ कि कहाँ से ये गेम जो है वो नॉवेल्टी में एंटर हो चुका था ऑलरेडी। सो आफ्टर दिस पोजीशन, यहाँ पे e6 हुआ, नाइट इधर पे आया, बिशप g6 हुआ, क्वीन b3, फ्रॉम बिशप b4। बिशप b4 इज अ टोटली न्यू मूव। और फिर आफ्टर a3 तो ये गेम ऑलरेडी एकदम नई पोजीशन पे एंटर कर गया है। और जहां पे हम्पी ने रुक b1 करके सवाल पूछा है कि ओके व्हाट यू आर गोइंग टू डू विथ योर b7 पॉन, एंड द रिस्पॉन्स इज गोइंग टू बी वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। Because, for example, black say, okay, I will do castle, then queen into b7, and here the move they are saying is rook f b8 or something. But this is not the way that this is computer is suggesting these moves. So I feel here Lei already in little trouble. Let's see her response, how she's going to defend her pawn, and what is her idea behind this to defend this pawn. बिकॉज ये कंप्यूटर सजेस्ट कर रहा है यहाँ पे कि ऐसा, सॉरी नॉट दिस, यहाँ पे कि कासल कर लो। Oh, she played b6. She played b6, so she's inviting bishop b5 now. I think this is I think the one of the best practical move. This was this, not to play knight a5 or something. So bishop a5, bishop b5. Sorry. Now if you go for castle, then even queen a4. Rook a c8. Could be. This is also interesting. Bishop a6 up पे इसको कहाँ पे रखोगे? को हटाना पड़ेगा। बिशप बी, अच्छा व्हाइट को ड्रॉ करना हो तो ऐसे ड्रॉ हो जाएगा। बट ऐसा आई डोंट थिंक ऐसा होने वाला है। सो आफ्टर b6, लेट्स सी हाउ हियर You can say here now, white already is having slight better position. यहाँ पे हम्पी जी का पोजीशन स्लाइड बेटर ऑलरेडी है. और उसके रीजन है, प्रैक्टिकली रीजन ये है कि वो डबल बिशप डबल नाइट का आपको हमेशा रहेगा एंड गेम में. तो आपको किस तरह का एंड गेम में आप जाना चाहते हो. सो वो भी एक इंटरेस्टिंग चीज है. यू हैव टू बी केयरफुल विद दैट थिंग ऑल्सो. किंग अभी भी सेंटर पर है. आई एम नॉट सेइंग दैट व्हाइट इज विनिंग और समथिंग, नो, but you can see clearly that white don't have any problem in development or to find the next few moves. But if you check the black position, black has to be accurate. और कभी भी ना इक्वल पोजीशन में भी whenever you find that कि एक साइड easy to play and another side has to be difficulty to find best moves, ये clearly indicate करता है कि white is better. मतलब स्लाइट बेटर आप बोल सकते हो. इट्स नॉट लाइक कि ब्लैक वस्टी हो गया पूरा कि ब्लेस्ट हार ही गया, नहीं. ये हमेशा ऐसे कंपेयर करो कि किस विच साइड इज इजी टू प्ले एंड विच साइड इज डिफिकल्ट टू प्ले. कंप्यूटर बोलेगा ओके 0.00 बिकॉज कंप्यूटर विल फाइंड द एक्यूरेट मूव. ह्यूमन इज नॉट गोइंग टू फाइंड द एक्यूरेट मूव, इवन द टॉप प्लेयर्स. सो इसीलिए ये डिफरेंस होता है. और मतलब अभी करंटली आप बोलो आई एम हैप्पी विथ हम्पी पोजीशन बिकॉज लुक्स लाइक white is white have many good moves here and black को बहुत accurate खेलना पड़ेगा. Okay, the good news for India this position currently. and दिव्या के गेम में चलते हैं हम. and even in दिव्या गया दोनों के गेम में b6 हुआ है भाई. दोनों के गेम में जो लास्ट मूव है वो b6 हुआ है. इधर भी b6 हुआ है लास्ट मूव, इधर भी b6 हुआ है लास्ट मूव. यहाँ 13 मूव्स हो गए, इधर पे 10 मूव्स हुए. तो so far till move number means like after कितना टाइम हो गया गेम चालू हुए. मतलब 1-1.5 घंटे के बाद की हम बात करें अगर तो दिस इज नहीं, 1 घंटा कहाँ हुआ होगा अभी तो 40 कितना टाइम हुआ होगा, 45 minutes or something. In starting position white is doing both white are doing well, means both Indians are doing well. Okay, so this is the b6 position in Divya game, but I want to go right now stay in Humpy game because Humpy next move is going to be very, very important. If she's going to play bishop b5, she's going to play simple bishop d3 because you need to be careful with this thing, as I already told you, knight a5, knight c4. बट या अभी उसके लिए ब्लैक को काफी काम करना पड़ा. उन सारी चीजों को रोकने के लिए द बेस्ट मूव इज बिशप b5. जस्ट स्टॉप all that kind of activity of knight. And even the black castle, you have queen a4, you can put little more pressure in this knight. और वो जो लास्ट टाइम हमने आइडिया देखा था दैट इज नॉट वर्किंग, दैट इज वाज इन दिव्या गेम और समथिंग दैट ओके वो पॉन इधर पे था तो रुक c1 वगैरह आ जाता है, दैट इज डिफरेंट. So b6 is last move. Converting it into win is still long way to go. Yes, long way to go. This is just step by step. You have to move one by one. थोड़ा थोड़ा करके आपको आगे बढ़ना है, कदम कदम बढ़ाए जा. What he says is, I'm thinking bishop b5 a6 then what, queen a4 then rook c8. अरे queen a6 पे आएगा तो bishop c6 exchange है भाई, b6 मर रहा है फिर तो. You cannot play b6 a6 here. a6 कैसे खेलोगे, a6 तो सीधा गेम ही खत्म हो जाएगा. इवन queen a4 आ रहा है, आप यही मार नहीं सकते. एंड इफ यू को rook c8 or something, कुछ करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है, ये पॉन ही मार लेंगे भाई bishop a6. यहीं पे ही गेम चला जाएगा. आप वो स्ट्रक्चर के साथ छेड़छाड़ नहीं कर सकते. a6 अलाउ पॉसिबल ही नहीं है a6 करना कभी भी. तो बिशप B5 नेचुरल है, बिशप B5 कैच, द बेस्ट मूव वही है, बिशप B5 द बेस्ट मूव है कैसल, सबसे पहले राजा को फ्री करो, एंड देन क्वीन A4 आता है तो रुक C8 वगैरह खेलना पड़ेगा, ये समथिंग लाइक दिस। और ऐसे ये व्हाइट का स्लाइड पोजीशन बेटर ही है, व्हाइट कैन गो कैसल आल्सो हियर, और होल्ड कर सकते हो वो पोजीशन को आप। सो ओके, सो हियर व्हाइट इज ओके। दिव्या गेम, दिव्या इज, ओ दिव्या, ओके, दिव्या ने न्यू मूव खेला है अभी काफी सोचने के बाद। सो आफ्टर B6 Divya took almost 20 minutes. So, and then played knight D2. So the idea is maybe to exploit these squares, C4, E4, then ahead. So knight D2 she played. और अभी भी तान के पास, अगर हम टाइम की बात करेंगे, तान के पास बहुत टाइम है, 1 hour 24 minute। Back to the live position। Oh, she played immediately knight C5। तो यहाँ पे तान थोड़ा सा प्रेशर डाल रही है दिव्या के ऊपर तेज खेल करके, और ऑलरेडी शी प्रिपेयर्ड सम मूव्स आई थिंक, एंड बिशप B5 हियर, BD7 माइट बी पॉसिबल। अभी बिशप को चैलेंज किया है, और उनका कहना है कि किंग अभी सेंटर पर ही है, सो योर दिस बिशप इज नॉट सो इफेक्टिव। अगर कैसल हो गया होता तो अलग बात होती। सो नाउ शी इज प्लेइंग नाइट C5 एंड चैलेंजिंग दिस बिशप लोकेशन। And if you go bishop B5, she will be happy to exchange this D7 because that bishop is not so good bishop. But here, okay, this is not compulsory to exchange this. Divya can hold this piece back and place knight C4, bishop C4 or something. दिव्या का पोजीशन ठीक है, बट टाइम डिफरेंस जो है वो काफी हो गया है, 30 मिनट के आसपास टाइम डिफरेंस हो चुका है। तो थोड़ा प्रेशर यहाँ पे दिव्या देशमुख के ऊपर तान जो है अभी तक डालने में कामयाब हुई है, पोजीशन बराबर है, लेकिन अगर टाइम में डिफरेंस ज्यादा बढ़ेगा सो दैट विल बी इन, वो फिर बाद में एक प्रॉब्लम बनता है उसका फिर। सो लेट्स सी। एंड हम्पी के गेम में आफ्टर B6 हम्पी जी ने अभी तक कोई रिप्लाई किया नहीं है। B6 हुआ है लास्ट मूव। सो हम्पी के पास तो बहुत टाइम है, एक्स्ट्रा टाइम है। अपोनेंट्स इज हैविंग 58 मिनट्स लेई, एंड हम्पी इज हैविंग 1 hour 17 minutes। सो ये यही होता है कि जब ओपनिंग में आपके पास एक्स्ट्रा टाइम होता है, सो यू आर यूजिंग दैट टाइम इन इंपॉर्टेंट मोमेंट्स टू find out the best options, and here Humpy is doing the same, using her time। so yesterday उन्होंने यूज किया था, कल यूज किया था that time to equalize the game। today she can use this time to just create some more activity and take some, maybe some advantage, convert this position to just some advantageous position। नहीं, ऑब्वियस मूव ही नहीं है कि ऐसा बिशप B5 ही ऑब्वियस मूव है, और भी कुछ क्यों नहीं हो सकता? पॉसिबिलिटी किस चीज की नहीं है? सब कुछ पॉसिबल है। I don't know, even C4, no, C4 पे knight A5 है, मे बी सिंपल बिशप D3 even is okay। बट यस, बिशप B5 इज, लग रहा है नेचुरल मूव अभी सबसे ज्यादा। सो वही देखना होगा कि वो उस पर कितना काम कर रहे हैं या क्या सोच रहे हैं। मेरे हिसाब से बिशप B5 वर्क कर रहा है। बिशप B5 कासल एंड क्वीन A4, आप होल्ड कर देते हो पोजीशन को, रुक C8 एंड देन कैसल, और फिर आप कभी मोमेंट पे अगर हुआ तो C4 वगैरह भी ब्रेक देंगे, तो वो भी पॉसिबल है। फिर C4 रुक को यहाँ पे लाके आप प्रेशर थोड़ा इंक्रीज कर सकते हैं। दिव्या स्टिल टेकिंग टाइम वंस अगेन, और जो टाइम डिफरेंस है दोनों के बीच में वो समथिंग 35 मिनट का है, काफी टाइम डिफरेंस है ये। सो क्या नाम है आपका? मैं नाम नहीं पढ़ पा रहा हूँ, आप बोल रहे हैं, बट बिशप B5 पुट्स बेस्ट प्रेशर ऑन अपोनेंट, व्हाट अदर मूव्स कुड डू दैट? बट इन नॉट, ये ऐसे नहीं होता है कि अरे यही मूव सबसे अच्छा लग रहा है खेल दो। यू हैव टू सी ऑल द कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस, उसके आगे क्या होगा, गेम कंटिन्यू कैसे होगा, उसके बाद अपोनेंट क्या खेलेगा, आप क्या खेलोगे, फिर क्या पोजीशन आएगा, फिर कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं कि वो बिशप B5 पे रखा है एंड दैट इज नॉट नाउ नॉट इज नॉट यूजफुल। तो आपको सब कुछ देखना है आगे तक का, इट्स नॉट लाइक कि ओके ये मूव अच्छा लग रहा है बस चल दो बोर्ड के ऊपर। सो टॉप लेवल पे चेस बिल्कुल ऐसे वर्क नहीं करता है, बिकॉज द मोमेंट दे डिसाइड टू प्ले दिस मूव, ओके दिस पीस को यहाँ पे रखने वाले हैं, उसके पीछे बहुत सारा हैवी थॉट होता है। सो ओके लुक यहाँ पे क्या हुआ है दिव्या के गेम में, दिव्या ने खेला है बिशप C4, विच इज गुड मूव ओनली, बट फॉर एग्जाम्पल यहाँ पे one of the suggestion from engine was कि play bishop B5 first, force bishop D7, then come bishop C4, और ये व्हाइट को थोड़ा सा स्लाइड बेटर बता रहा था। तो ये देखो अब ये यही आइडिया यही है, बट उसमें एक इम्प्रूवमेंट कंप्यूटर सजेस्ट कर रहा है, बट हमेशा ऐसा पॉसिबल नहीं होता है कि आप वो इम्प्रूवमेंट हमेशा जो है वो फाइंड आउट कर लो बोर्ड के ऊपर। सो दिव्या ने एक नॉर्मल सॉलिड मूव खेला है बिशप C4, बट एक टेम्पो लूज होता है इसमें, आपको अपना बिशप ना रिलोकेट करना पड़ा, बट ओके पोजीशन इज इक्वल ओनली। सो लेट्स सी हाउ दिस गेम विल प्रोसीड। अभी तक तान ने काफी तेज खेला है, सो देखते हैं कि इस मूव का रिप्लाई कितनी देर में आता है। विल गो बैक टू हम्पी गेम हियर आफ्टर बिशप बी, ओ हम्पी ने खेला बिशप B5, हम्पी प्लेड बिशप B5 मूव। ओके सो नाउ व्हाट आर द ऑप्शन हियर, तो हमने देखा कि किसी ने बोला था A6, तो वो तो काम नहीं कर रहा है, एंड इफ यू ट्राई टू प्ले ओके जस्ट प्ले नॉर्मल यूज समथिंग। अब यहाँ पे बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है, कैसल अगर नहीं किया ना तो ये सिर्फ सिंगल पिन नहीं है, डबल पिन है, देयर इज टू पिन बैक टू बैक। क्वीन हटा भी दो तो भी नाइट पिन है, नाइट हटा नहीं सकते, किंग हटा दो तो भी नाइट पिन है, सो देयर इज अ डबल पिन एक्चुअली, ओके इन एक्सरे सिचुएशन। तो दिस इज नॉट गोइंग टू बी सो इजी, बिकॉज अगर वो यहाँ पे कैसल, ओके उन्होंने कैसल कर लिया, शायद कैसल किया इमीडिएटली, रुक C8 पे एक्चुअली में C4 आ रहा था डायरेक्ट। सो नाउ क्वीन F4 रुक C8 जो हम बात कर रहे थे वो हो सकता है बोर्ड पर। 1 मिनट दोस्तों। ओके सो करंट अपडेट यही है, अगर हम वन बाय वन बात करें अभी तक का, इसके बाद मैं ब्रेक पे जाऊंगा कुछ देर के लिए। बट करंट सिचुएशन जो है अभी जो दिख रहा है आपको आफ्टर ये जो सिचुएशन दिख रही है, आई थिंक Humpy is doing well in this game, and with the time also, and with the position also. So this is good news for Black played this rook from here to here. You know what? Why he saved his bishop? You can tell me why he saved his rook. Because black. Oh, white played this. Okay, say bye bye everyone.
Bye bye.
Okay, so here something is happening. हमने जो बात किया था after bishop b5 castle here she played rook c8, Humpy played here, and now this is the moment. This is interesting position, and I think you can keep your bishop on b6, a6, sorry, and no need to do repetition. And maybe Humpy can go for rook c1 and try to open this position with c4. Because, for example, white go for rook c1 and something like knight a5, queen d7, rook d7. I don't know. I like this endgame for white here. So, हम जो बात कर रहे थे, we were talking about after bishop b5, we were talking about this move, rook here. But now she played this rook here, and now after bishop a6, rook d8. This is the position, actually, current position. Oh yes, if Humpy want draw, she can do simply like this, like this, like this. जो हमने पहले भी बात किया था. But if Humpy want to improve this position more and more pressure, rook c1 or castle could be possible. So, hey, this is interesting actually. But for example, rook c1 here, and जो मेरा आइडिया था knight a5 वाला, मतलब भले कंप्यूटर ये पोजीशन को बोलेगा कि ओके दिस इज स्लाइड बेटर फॉर वाइट ओनली, बट व्हाई ब्लैक विल एंटर दिस काइंड ऑफ एंड गेम जहाँ पे आपके दोनों रुक नहीं खेल रहे, डबल बिशप आपको परेशान कर रहे हैं, आपके नाइट बहुत अच्छे से प्लेस्ड नहीं है, तो ऐसा पोजीशन में एंटर क्यों करेगा यहाँ पे ब्लैक? सो I think this is interesting position for India point of view. I think this game going really well. दिव्या के गेम में चलते हैं, जो थोड़ा मेरे लिए चिंता का विषय है, लेकिन पिछली चाल में अभी तान ने काफी टाइम खर्च किया है. अभी शी ऑलरेडी यूज समथिंग लाइक 12 मिनट यहाँ पे. गुड. अच्छा, चिंता का विषय रिलेटेड द टाइम था, पोजीशन नहीं. पोजीशन दिव्या का फाइन है, वाइट पीसेस से आप अच्छी पोजीशन पे हैं, तो कम से कम इक्वालिटी यहाँ पे जरूर है. सो position is not a problem. Time taking was an issue. And okay, so once again I'm back. So after bishop c4, Tan is taking more time here. So how black can continue in this position? For example, you just continue and place your bishop here, but here then white will have bishop b5. Okay, and you have to go back knight d7. So this is like white will be happy. So for example, after bishop c4, black goes for direct castle, for example. But here now white is having b4 move to push back your knight. And where are you going to take your knight? Knight d7 or something? In that moment, even bishop d5, ed5, this kind of moves are possible. Yeah, isolated pawn bana ke khel sakte hain. So I think bishop c4 is a really nice move from Divya to keeping eyes on this knight, keeping the option of play b4, and also for asking black to what you're going to decide. You're going to play bishop b7, you're going to play bishop d7, or are you going to castle? So asking question to your opponent during the game is very important. Not like कि मैं कुछ पूछ लूं किसी से बात करते हुए, नहीं. Asking the question from your moves, asking the question, okay, what next you're going to do? This is my idea, and sometimes that work really well. Actually, most of the time, you have to ask questions on the body. If you play some moves like which is not related to opponent's position at all, opponents don't need to respond on those options. That is not good for play because opponents will got freedom to whatever he want to do. But if you ask the question through your moves, okay, this is my move, this is my plan, what do you want to do next? These small things, small details improve your position. So definitely a lot of calculations is there. You have to be accurate, you have to be calculate properly. मैंने चैट का विंडो थोड़ा अलग से खोल लिया है मैंने अभी. I'm coming live from Barcelona currently. Okay, so come back to the Lei Koneru Humpy game once again here. After Rook D8, Humpy is still thinking. And the best move Indian is suggesting is Rook C1. But natural move could be castling. So, okay, Humpy is now, this is very important thing. When you had advantage in the opening, time-wise, you use that time to improve your position in important moments. Like, for example, this is the critical moment of the game. Indirectly, opponent is offering you draw here. This is indirect offer of draw. That okay, I'm ready for draw. If you go bishop b5, I will rook c8. So this is, oh, look at that. Humpy choose f3. Whoa. And this is very important moment of the game. f3. And now Humpy want to break the center maybe in some moment. Okay, for example, what is the idea behind this? For example, uh, just like for example, black played knight a5. So queen d7, rook d7, and then you can go even g4. Maybe the idea is here is also she's ready to exchange these pieces actually, queens, and she's just getting ready herself for the end game. And even g4 is coming in moment. And you know what is the best move Indian is suggesting here is to e5. Now d into e5, knight into e5, queen d7, knight d7. But no, not knight d7 here. Knight f d7, sorry. But still, this is good for white. I'm very excited about the Humpy game, and I'm thinking this game is going to enter soon in the double bishop versus double knight and double rook end game. So, and Humpy always played really well end games. So, I'm very hopeful in this game. Looks like I'm very hopeful that maybe some result will come in this game from white for Humpy. Okay, let's see. वो पोजीशन ऐसा है कि यहाँ पे ब्लैक व्हाइट जब चाहेगा क्वीन एक्सचेंज हो जाएगा क्योंकि वो आप इसको छोड़ के जा नहीं सकते. नाइट को क्वीन छोड़ के कहीं जा नहीं सकता. सारे स्क्वायर्स कवर करके रखे हुए हैं यहाँ पे. आप देखो सारे स्क्वायर यहाँ पे कवर्ड हैं. जितने भी स्क्वायर भागने के हो सकते हैं क्वीन के पिन से हटने के वो सारे कवर्ड हैं. सो यहाँ पे पिन से आप क्वीन हट नहीं सकता तो ये मोस्टली एक्सचेंज होगा और ये गेम दिस गेम विल एंटर इन एंड गेम. ओके. हाँ, वो पोजीशन पे मैं एक गलत चीज दिखा रहा था. यहाँ पे अगर कोई ये नाइट से मार दे तो वो ब्लंडर है, वो सिंपल ब्लंडर है. और उसका रीजन ये है कि बिशप b7 आ जाएगा और ये रुक ट्रैप हो जाएगा. तो वो उससे नहीं मार सकते आप, आपको इससे मारना पड़ेगा, ये पोजीशन खेलना पड़ेगा. Okay, go back to the Divya Deshmukh game here. After bishop c4, okay, Tan is using her time, and this is good now because the time difference between them, which goes till 35 minutes, now in control. Now his time is like 12, 7, 16 minutes or something. So this is manageable, quite manageable. और थैंक्स टू विवेक भाई, आज आप ये जो स्क्रीन के ऊपर बहुत कुछ देख पा रहे हो, डिटेल्स, छोटा छोटा डिटेल्स आ रहा है, थैंक्स टू विवेक भाई। ओके, so bishop c4 is the move. Knight bd2, knight c5, bishop c4, and after that, Tan is thinking, and as I told you, I think the main point is she's maybe thinking about the castle, and but in castle b4 is coming, then knight, for example, d7, then bishop d7 is coming. So you have to go somewhere like, for example, knight b7, and then knight b3, and this is all easy play for white now. So actually, Bishop C4 move played by Divya is creating so many things here. And another thing I told you, like for example, if they want continue something like even this move, so even B4 is coming. So to stop B4, what maximum you can do? Uh, you cannot play move like this because okay, maybe this is possible. Maybe this is possible. A5, but this is now weakening the structure. So yeah, maybe computer sometimes suggests the moves which humans simply neglect while they are calculating, because that is against the concepts. So here Tan is thinking, and here after f3, now Lei Tingjie is thinking more. Now, for example, once again, what engine is suggesting here? Engine is suggesting move e5. Okay, but you know this is not so easy to play this kind of move on the board, that okay, you are going to enter in endgame, and you are going to, this pawn will be single pawn, you're going to enter in double bishop versus double knight endgame. So it's like okay, for computer easy because computer finds defense, but for humans is not so easy to play this kind of move. You need lot of calculation, you need to be so accurate, you need to be so confident what kind of position will come out, and you should feel comfortable about those positions. So computer don't think like that. For computer every position is comfortable if as far as calculation is there. So this is the difference between human and computer, and that's why sometimes when the top players sometimes match the accurate moves. So there are some positions where all the top players will think in the same way only, that there is a, for example, there is a simple move bishop b4, that is the best move, easy to calculate, all the top players will play that. But the moment some moves came which is different, which is not following the standard teaching of chess or standard concepts of chess, उधर पे डिफरेंस दिखेगा आपको, उधर पे जो वर्ल्ड चैंपियन रहेगा, लाइक कार्लसन, लाइक टॉप प्लेयर्स रहेंगे, आनंद, गुकेश, वो फाइंड कर लेंगे, वो उस तरह का मूव खेल देंगे जो थोड़ा अजीब लग रहा होगा बोर्ड पे। मतलब इन, आई विल इंक्लूड इन दिस वे लाइक अर्जुन, प्रज्ञानंदा, बिल बहुत ही टॉप प्लेयर, दे विल इंक्लूड दोस काइंड ऑफ मूव, दे फाइंड दैट काइंड ऑफ मूव, और वो खेल भी देंगे बोल्डली वो मूव। बट नॉर्मल चेस प्लेयर की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ टिल 2650, इवन 2600, हर कोई वो चाल नहीं खेलेगा। और ऑल्सो डिपेंड ऑन योर अपोनेंट, हु इज योर अपोनेंट। अब फॉर एग्जाम्पल यू आर प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट समवन वीकर अपोनेंट, सो आपको दिखेगा कि वो सब ढूंढ, वो रिस्क भी ले लेंगे उधर, उनको पता है दे विल मैनेज। बट इफ यू आर प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट ओके वन ऑफ द बेस्ट इन द वर्ल्ड इन फ्रंट ऑफ यू, देन वो इजी नहीं है उस तरह से खेलना, उस तरह से रिस्क लेना. सो दिस इज द ओवरऑल थिंग. लाइक यस, E5 इज, कोई भी खेल देगा, खेल सकते हैं. अभी मैं बोलूंगा ले टिंगजे का मैच कर दो 2200 रेटेड प्लेयर से, शी विल प्ले E5 इन 2 मिनट. बट अभी सामने कौन है, मैच कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ टूर्नामेंट इज दिस, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ पोजीशन इज दिस. दिस इज गोइंग टू प्ले अ रोल टू चूज दैट काइंड ऑफ मूव्स. और वो कितना आप कंफर्टेबल रहोगे, और यू नो दैट ओके माय अपोनेंट इज गुड इन एंड गेम, शुड आई गो इन दिस एंड गेम. तो वो एक थॉट से आपका E5 का प्रोसेस ही रुक जाएगा, एंड यू से नो 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 नो, आई डोंट लाइक अगेंस्ट हर E5, एंड देन योर माइंड स्टार्ट वर्किंग इन अनदर वे, एंड यू विल से ओके व्हाई शी, उसने नहीं खेला, क्यों नहीं खेला. वो इसीलिए नहीं खेला कि उसने देख के भी नहीं खेला. एंड अगर वो कॉन्फिडेंस होगी सो वो खेल देगी. सो ये थोड़ा ट्रिकी है, ये जब जो इंजन आपको मूव्स दिखा रहे होते हैं, इसीलिए कहा जाता है कि इंजन जो है वो धोखेबाज होता है. कहीं जो हम, मैं तो हमेशा बोलता हूँ हिंदी में कि इज अ धोखेबाज मीटर. एनीथिंग इज पॉसिबल, व्हाट इंजन इज शोइंग इज नॉट एग्जैक्टली गोइंग टू हैपन ऑन द बोर्ड. ओके सो I'm here, friends, and doing commentary, trying in English, and I will mix with Hindi also. That because Sagar Bhai is busy currently, and definitely we thought together that something should be happen during this World Cup. Sagar Bhai in USA currently, वहाँ पे तो रात है अभी, बहुत अर्ली सुबह होगी वहाँ तो अभी, और भी उनको ट्रैवलिंग कर रहे हैं. So no, it's not easy for to do commentary for, not easy, not possible actually. And so that's why we decided to at least do something here. uh, Definitely this is not my area, my area is Hindi. पर चलता है ना भाई, कभी कभी हम लोग सब मिलके कुछ ना कुछ तो देख सकते हैं, एटलीस्ट हम गेम देख रहे हैं, समझ रहे हैं, कुछ बातें कर रहे हैं इन दैट वे. ओके सो अभी जो पोजीशन है आफ्टर F3, अगर हम देखें कितना टाइम ले लिया, 11 मिनट से सोच रहे हैं लेटिंग जो यहाँ पे. और गो टू हेयर दिव्या पोजीशन, आफ्टर दिव्या ऑल्सो बिशप C4 खेलने के बाद से, ओ 27 मिनट्स टेकन बाय तान, 27 मिनट टेकन बाय तान हेयर. और जैसा कि मैंने आपको कल भी आई थिंक मेंशन किया था, इफ यू आर थिंकिंग मोर देन 10 to 15 minutes, then you are confused. And I think in this position looks like that Tan is little confused about to take decision. And I told you there is so many things are coming, like B4 is coming, and then bishop B5 is coming in some moments. So this is not easy to take decision here for Tan. हाँ, ऑफिशियली नाउ दोनों 1 घंटे के अंदर, और एंड द डिफरेंस ऑफ टाइम इज नाउ ओनली 8 मिनट्स, विच वॉज 35 मिनट. एंड आई थिंक दिस इज गुड रिलीफ फॉर दिव्या ऑल्सो, बिकॉज अगर आपका अपोनेंट घड़ी में बहुत ज्यादा आगे जा रहा हो, दिस इज नॉट, वो कंफर्टेबल नहीं होता है, यू ऑल्सो बिकमिंग लिटिल अनकंफर्टेबल, क्योंकि आपको पता है कि अल्टीमेटली टाइम मैटर्स, तो आपको वहां पे केयरफुल रहना पड़ता है. Okay, so we will come back soon with a guest commentator, and we'll be right back soon. हेलो सरवनन जी, स्वागत है। सरवनन जी, आई थिंक अच्छा, मुझे आवाज नहीं आ रहा है सरवनन जी का, विवेक भाई।
Niklesh, good
हाँ, ओके,
afternoon.
नाउ आई एम एबल टू हियर यू। हाँ, ओके 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 ओके।
Nice seeing
सो
you. Hello to everyone.
सो सरवनन जी, दिस इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग पोजीशन करंटली, एंड जस्ट नाउ,
Am I audible?
या, आर यू एबल टू सी द बोर्ड? यस, यू आर ऑडिबल नाउ। माय वॉइस इज नॉट रीचिंग यू?
Yeah, now it's reaching me. Please tell me.
Ah, okay, 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 okay. I'm saying, okay, this is the position of Divya Deshmukh. And
Yeah.
just now, after thought more than something like almost 30 minutes, Tan played knight c7 here.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sense of that too. Just give me a second. Some problem with my audio. Just 1 minute.
Ah, okay, okay. So, friends, I think what is happening here is he was worried about the d5 exchange after b4 and where to put this knight, and somehow this
Yeah,
is not
Niklesh?
turned. Yes. Okay, everything is fine now. Uh, Saranji, I'm audible for you.
Hello?
I, ha, I'm audible for you.
Yeah, Niklesh, I can hear you.
Ah, okay, okay, okay. So I'm saying that, okay, we were discussing in this position that how Tan should continue if she castle, the b4 is coming, and
Yeah.
also you cannot place this knight to d7 back because of d5 exchange or something. So maybe she was worried about that, and she played this knight to c7 after almost 30 minutes of thought.
Yeah, I was of the opinion that with a general move like Bishop B7, she was doing fine, I felt. Earlier, till knight d7, castles b6, everything was going fine for Divya. I have a feeling
Yeah.
that after b6, knight b d2 was a little unfortunate, I felt. Because after knight b d2, black got knight c5, and white was supposed to go bishop c4. So, somewhere around there, I think Divya could have retained the opening advantage with something like queen a4 or some such move. That's what I felt, but I'm not sure about this. What was your analysis?
No, in that point, we were also thinking about that queen a4 can you can switch this queen after somewhere here or here, whatever is needed. This was our calculation that time. But
Yeah,
after that, after b6,
yeah,
yes, knight b. Okay, okay. Here this was a problem that after knight d2, knight c5 came immediately. But I was thinking here, even the engine was suggesting bishop b5 and then bishop d7 and bishop c4. But after when Divya played bishop c4, we were just analyzing here that this is not so easy for black to find the best move, because if she play simple bishop b7, then bishop b5 check is coming first, and then you have to go back to knight d7. So I think then position was looks fine once again for Divya. The problem was, okay, knight came to c5 and something.
yeah. But
I don't
Niklesh,
know. Or
let us say bishop c4, bishop b7, bishop b5 check, knight d7.
haha.
Let's continue with that for a moment.
Yes,
The
yes.
problem here is what is white going to do because black is threatening a6 now. A6 and b5 now. Whether that pin on the d7 knight, whether it is really important or not, it's a question. Overall, can you feel that that light square bishop is making too many moves?
No, yes, yes. And another thing is also that you can clearly say that, okay, white don't have any clear now. White don't have any advantage kind of position. Black already solved her problems.
Yeah, exactly. So
So
in that background, knight c7 looks what
yeah,
to
yes,
say.
yes. Means she thought 30 minutes and she played knight c7,
Hmm.
and
Yeah,
And
instead
now, for
of white bishop making too many moves, now the black knight is making too many moves. Knight f6, knight d5, knight c7 without a reason. So, I
and now
think this
even
was a
this is
factor.
coming b4.
Yeah. Before knight d7, knight e4, and see, the main thing
Yes.
is all white pieces. Now, whether the white bishop can go to f4 or e3 or b2, all white pieces are looking towards the center, which is good news for Divya. Yeah.
I mean, she moved the best piece, which was making problem for white.
Yeah.
Yeah, this in just few moves back, we were analyzing with viewers that this bishop don't have proper square to go because of that knight. This nothing was possible to you cannot go anywhere with this bishop. And now
Yeah.
that bishop is like, okay, go wherever you want.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
But anyway, this is good news for Divya. So we are all happy, right? Indian viewers, we are all happy. What is happening
and
so?
this is the Humpy position. She found it. She found e5 here.
Niklesh, this game is very fascinating. I would like to tell a certain things. If you don't mind, can you go back to the opening? This is a very, very interesting opening. First
Yeah,
thing
I will
is
go. We'll
Humpy
start from here.
CD5, CD5 on the third move. Yeah. This was a bit of a surprise. Such an important game. To play Exchange Slav is very interesting because Humpy wants to keep it as a game for two results. That is the first thing. Yeah. Second thing, please go forward and if you don't mind, go to the position with knight h4, bishop g6, eighth move. Ninth move, white played queen b3, bishop b4. Now, this position is extremely interesting. White is getting two bishops. Yeah. The reason for Lei Tingjie going bishop b4 and bishop c3 against two bishops, she prefers a configuration with two knights against two bishops. This was very interesting. यहाँ पर, there is this theory which, not there is this theory, the theory which talks about two bishops. When you are playing against the two bishops, two things are very important. One is not to allow your opponent pawn breaks. Say, for example, if black succeeds in not allowing e4 here, for example, in the long run.
Mm-hmm.
Second thing, very important thing, if the knights can find a place from which they cannot be dislodged. So here, queen d7 was a very clever move. The point is, with queen d7, Lei Tingjie wants to go knight a5. She wants to fix the c4 square. This is very important, basically. And also she wants to come rook c8 and all that. Yeah. So, यहाँ पर after queen d7, knight g6, h g6, rook b1, attacking b7, b6. This was an extremely important moment where Humpy played bishop b5. This is the crux of the whole position. Castles, queen a4, rook f c8. Now, if black succeeds in protecting the c4 square, in the long run, it is black who holds all the trumps because the bishop on f4, even though it looks very attractive, actually doesn't do anything. Yeah. So actually, I was worried for Humpy because suddenly from a game of two results, it might turn into something else. And here, black was threatening knight e4 followed by knight d6. So remember, as long as I don't allow any pawn breaks, black will be fine here. Now, white played bishop a6, which is very, very important, taking advantage of the fact that, rook d8 is forced. Now you see the rook c8 square is taken away. Rook c7 was not possible. This was a moment which I felt that the whole game tilted in favor of Humpy. Two dangers of playing against two bishops. One, not to allow a pawn break. I mean, to get a pawn break. Black will not allow a pawn break. White will try to get a pawn break. One. Second is not to allow the knights to come to any permanent square from where it cannot be dislodged. Both these factors Humpy prevented with these clever moves. Queen a4, bb5, bishop a6. Fantastic play. Fantastic play. This is where I think Humpy is looking at a very favorable position here. I have a feeling. What is your opinion?
No, you explained really, really well. We were analyzing, but not so deeply. We were also analyzing about this C4 square and about, but not so deeply as you explained. And no, I think Humpy is doing really well. And one of the good thing is that from yesterday game also and today game also, what I noticed also that she played opening fast, and she had some extra time in opening, and she spent that time to improve the position in after
Yeah.
some moment in critical moments. So today also this happened. Same, Humpy played really fast. She had, I think, uh, in few moves back she was having something almost full time, and now in, I think the time helped her to improve this, like find bishop a6 and this kind of stuff like f3. What do you think about this break e5?
See, e5 is very clever. The point is, if e5, d e5, she is getting knight into e5. Yeah, this kind of positions basically now. Remember, as I said, now the point is c4 break is prevented. One. Second
Mhm.
is the black knight is coming to c5 permanently where it cannot be dislodged. So
Mhm.
unfortunately for Humpy, this was a slight moment of mistakes. There was a very nice move here instead of f3. Humpy could have played rook c1 in this position instead of
Yeah,
f3. Yeah.
yeah.
The point of
And
rook
looking for
c1
c4
is
break. Yeah.
the point of rook c1 is now if e5, white can play bishop g3. I need not take d e5 here.
Mm-hmm.
And if e cross d4, c cross d4, in our earlier position, what has happened in the game, because white has played f3, e3 is a weakness to guard. Whereas after rook c1 in the current position, e3 need not be supported. So Humpy made a
Mm-hmm.
slight error by playing f3. I mean, f3 looks so tempting, but I think this is where Humpy made a small error, I feel. You know, ऐसे हो जाता है, no? You are playing fast and you want to keep up the
Yeah.
momentum. You play with the same speed and you end up making a small mistake. I think that is what happened in this position.
So now, for example, current position, how as a white you will continue here now, because you have two bishops and black take good care of this c4 square already.
Yeah.
But how you will we will proceed now for white, because still one rook is still not in the game.
Yeah. Honestly speaking, the game has turned now. Um, After Queen d7, Knight of d7, white may not be able to demonstrate an advantage anymore. See, for example, it's so tempting to play bishop b7, rook a b8, and bishop into d5. But that is where black is getting knight d3 check.
One
In
minute,
this
bishop
question, if white
b7,
plays bishop b7, rook b8,
rook b8.
bishop into d5 pawn.
Okay. And then
Now,
knight d3 check is there.
knight d3 check. The point of knight d3 is king e2, knight f4, ef4. Now, simply, even though black is a pawn down, now I just come and fall on the c3 pawn. So, knight
Okay.
f6 now for black. No, first knight f6 first.
Okay, first knight f6. Okay.
Yeah, knight f6, and now wherever you go, let us say bishop b3. Now I go knight d5, forking the two pawns, f4 and
Okay.
c3. You are forced to play bishop to d5. And after it
Mm.
rook into d5, now we go into an endgame where black's pawn structure is better than white's pawn structure, even though white is one pawn up.
Mm-hmm.
So this has already become somewhat equalish for Humpy. So she cannot play bishop b7. So in a position where you are getting a pawn but you cannot take it, that means that the position is only equal.
Mm. Wow. So this is looks like this game is now looks like in a way to be now already equal for black.
Yeah,
If we
exactly.
check the Divya game here, okay, Divya after knight c7 she already played the b4 move,
Yeah.
and where this knight will go,
Yeah,
d7.
knight d7 is the only square I feel because knight b7 is ugly, ugly, ugly.
Mm-hmm. So knight d7 and then knight e4.
Yeah, centralized. There is this old
So
joke.
Saravanan,
Yeah,
before I leave, I just want your comment on Divya performance in this tournament overall.
fantastic. Day before yesterday, when I had an opportunity to comment on the Divya versus Harika game, Divya, Vaishali, and Vantika are the three biggest talents of the country right now. At this age, to get a break of having a chance to go into the candidates is a wonderful, wonderful chance for this youngster. I like Divya's style of play a lot. She plays very positive chess. There is this difference between Divya and Vaishali. Vaishali plays very risky chess. Divya plays very active chess. But there is this element which separates them. Divya has a sense of danger, whereas Vaishali is much more adventurous. You can never know who is going to be more successful, but wonderful to watch these two young girls, young talents take over Indian chess.
Yes. So Sarvanji, I'm in Barcelona currently.
Yeah.
Hi,
Hello.
Hello.
how are
And
you?
Angela just went for tournament for the
No,
round.
Yeah.
She's about to go. Okay.
in
Okay.
toilet.
Okay. You just wait for me. I'm coming. Okay. So thank you, Sarvananji. Vivek Bhai, now I think I will take permission to go, and Sarvananji will continue, and I will continue going to enjoy this match in Sarvananji commentary. I like more your commentary, more deep.
Come on, Niklesh. We'll miss you actually. I thought I was going to do along with you. I didn't know that you were leaving.
Maybe
Anyway.
we'll see tomorrow. I don't know. Tomorrow will tie break or no, but let's see. Okay, I'm hopeful. Okay, I'm thinking maybe Divya will score win because it's not only about the position. I think these days Tan is facing some issue with her performance also. तो मुझे लगता है कि दिव्या शायद जीत सकती है आज or maybe Humpy game maybe turn to the draw. But anyway, let's see. Thank you so much, Sarvanji. And I think Vivek bhai, you need to take break or something to fix everything. Okay. Yeah. Okay, don't worry.
Welcome back, viewers. As we were talking, it looks like Tan Zhongyi made a major mistake here. We were just commenting along with Niklesh that before knight d7 was almost mandatory. Here, Tan got tempted by knight d3. You know, there is this saying about two bishops. When you are very young, when you are learning the game, you should go for two bishops. Two bishops are always advantageous. But when you have become a seasoned player, you come to realize that actually two bishops are not all that great as they are made out to be. The current position in front of us is a clear example. Look carefully. Now, with this, Tan is getting rid of two bishops for white and black has two bishops. But the point is that after knight e4, knight into c1, queen into d8 check, bishop into d8. If black doesn't play bishop into d8 and if she plays king d8, rook a c1, now the king will be stuck on d8 for a very long time, and white is just threatening to bring the rook to d1 check and then knight d6. Many such things are happening here. Okay, now this is the point. If bishop d8 happens for queen into d8, bishop into d8, knight d6 check, king f8 and rook a c1, this is where we are arriving. Hopefully, we'll be arriving here very soon. This is the point here. Look at black's position. She has two bishops. But the white knight on d6 is a monster. It kind of paralyzes black's position completely. And mainly speaking, white has taken away all those squares where black's bishops can come out, especially the light square bishop. For example, bishop b7 is not possible, bishop a6 is not possible, so the only square you can come is bishop d7, rook of d1, and let us say you go to a4. Now it looks as if I have consolidated the bishop in a nice square, but then you have to ask the question, what is the bishop doing on a4? That's the point, yeah? Whether, would you prefer a bishop on a4 or would you prefer a knight on f3, which is actually doing extremely well here? It has the potential to jump to better squares. So overall, this game is turning out to be extremely well for Divya. That's what it seems obviously to be. So good days for Divya, good positions for Divya. I'm sorry, I'm a little fiddling with the controls here. Pardon me for that. Okay, now let's go to the other game now. The more crucial a game because many things have happened. So for knight of d7, instead of playing bishop b7, which we had discussed not to be playable, Humpy went king e2. When it comes to the end game, the king is one of the most strongest pieces. Nothing wrong in keeping it in the center. Knight c5, trying to control the bishop on a6, because as you can see now, the bishop on a6 is a problem piece. So Humpy went for bishop d5, knight into a6. We have reached a classical position now where Humpy has two rooks and bishop against black's two rooks and knight. Now, this is the most important feature of this position. Black has a weakness on d5, white has a weakness on c3. So when it comes to pawn structures, there is nothing much to choose from. Both sides are equally weak. I shouldn't be saying that, but let us put it this way. Both pieces have weaknesses. Now, what tilts the game in white's favor is, in endgames, double rook and bishop are a deadly combination against double rook and knight. Rook and bishop are slightly better, but double rook and bishop against double rook and knight are a deadly combination because you have three pieces. All three pieces are long range pieces. This is the most important thing. Whereas black has two long range pieces and one knight which can hop around. And this is not a closed position, this is an open position. So, all said and done, this is an endgame where white is doing very fine. Okay, here Humpy has to go for a5. A good news with a5 is that you are getting rid of a weakness. The bad news with a5 is that one more pawn is exchanged off the board. Typically, when you are playing for an advantage, when you have a slightly better position, it is better not to exchange anything, including pawns, even if they are weak. Sometimes, I'm just joking. Sometimes it is better to keep even pawns, which are a weakness also. So a4, a5 was maybe not the best choice, but at the end of the day, white still is preserving a small advantage. Okay, now I can see that the whole chat is going gaga over Divya's chance in this position. Instead of queen into d8, which I was recommending, Divya chooses to keep the queen on the board. This is typical Divya. Over the board, she prefers queen, she prefers dynamic play. That's the reason why she keeps this. One more reason could be that after the obvious move castles, she wants to go rook d1, attacking the queen on d8. Now, obviously, queen moving away would be terrible. Okay. Now, guys, white to play. Find a move for white in this position. Queen e8 is a bad move. Try to find why, please. This is real fun. Come on. Guys, I did analyze queen d8 some time ago. Yeah. Divya just didn't play queen d8. We analyzed queen d8 a lot. So now that she has played queen c1, we are analyzing queen c1. So the question now is after rook d1, queen e8, white to play, what will you play? Ayusha g7, Raj Subra Ghosh. All of you are coming with this very attractive move, knight f6. Knight f6 is fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. Bhavya Khanna, Chess Wizard 5745. All of you are coming with knight f6. Now, it's very attractive to play an attractive move that is in front of your eyes. But after gf6, how is white going to continue? Here, guesswork will not work. You will have to do some calculation here. Come on, chat, let's do this. White to play, how will you continue? It's a very, very interesting position. This is a critical moment where only one move will succeed for white. You have to find that critical moment here. Lokesh Joshi, Ayesha G7, Rayan, Hiten Marvi, all of you are coming with the right move. Okay, much more of you now. What is the point of queen f6, guys? All of you are telling me queen f6. I'm very happy you have found queen f6. But what's the point of queen f6? Queen f6, for example, you are threatening gf6, obviously. So let us say if I go fe5, how does white checkmate in this position? Yeah, black king is in a real mess. Knight g5, bishop g5, queen g5, king h8, queen f6, king g8, rook d3, and black has to resign because rook g3 check is a deadly threat. So, the whole point of queen f6 is about attacking f6. And in case of black taking fe5, knight g5 is coming. f5 will be met with the same fate also, just a little different, that's all. Bishop g5, queen g5, king h8, queen f6, king g8, rook d3. Now there is a small detour with f4. Well, we are still winning this with rook h3 idea. Queen h6 will checkmate. Not immediate queen h6. I'll go for queen g5 and queen h6. So if you go queen d8 here, queen h6, and this position will definitely end in a checkmate. Yeah. So now for queen h6, the only move here is to play knight d5, stopping bishop into d5. And now, of course, we can just enjoy ourselves with rook into d5 even. ed5, ef6, bishop f6, and now we have the clever bishop d3, ending in beautiful checkmate, yeah? Or, okay, black has to give up the queen. Fine. If you are giving up the queen, I'm very happy to take it. So, this is the threat probably Divya saw. So, for rook d1, black will be forced to play knight d5. Okay, as you can see, Divya is taking her time in this position. Okay, this has happened on the board. Rook d1 has played knight d5. Oh no, all this didn't happen. Queen c1, black did not play castles. That's a surprise. Black played bishop b7. This is a small mistake again because now for rook d1, black does not have knight d5 because bishop b5 check and the black king is forced to play king f8 and king in the center is always dangerous. And for rook d1, if Divya plays bishop d5, in the same, bishop to d5 is the issue. Again, white is threatening queen c6 check. And if you take knight d5, queen c6 check is coming. Yeah. And now for bishop to d5, e cross d5 is forced. And this again, I can choose to go for an endgame or I can choose to go for queen c6 and followed by queen b7 with a highly unclear position. But white is better. White is considerably better. So even though Divya missed queen d8 check, see, try to see this position from Divya's point of view. We were just discussing Divya's style of play just some time ago. Divya is a player who likes dynamism on the board. So it is very natural for her to play queen c1. In fact, knight c1, queen c1, Divya took just about a minute and a half to play queen c1, which means that probably she rejected queen into d8 on general grounds. Probably she didn't even calculate the whole thing. She just wants to keep the queen on the board. You know, over the board, this is an eternal question. Should you be playing objectively better moves, best moves, or should you be playing in a way which you like to play? This is a very tough question to answer over the board. And there is no correct answer or wrong answer in this. Players who are capable of playing all-round chess, who have capabilities to play in any kind of position, they will generally prefer the objectively best move to play. Young players like Divya, who will have strong preferences, will always play moves which suit their style. So, absolutely no surprise there in why Divya chose to play this. So, all this has happened. Rook d1 has been played and black has played knight d5. Yeah. Hold on, I'll just refresh the board. I'm not getting. Yeah, this position has been played. So, rook d1 now. Black has played knight d5 here. So we are waiting for Divya to find bb5, king f8, and now a new game starts here where white has an advantage, but black has a knight on d5. So penetrating this position is not going to be easy for white. So white is slightly better. We have a super chat, I suppose, Vivek. So Tanmay Jagtap 78 says, I liked your explanation. Very calm, soothing voice. Extremely nice of you, Tanmay, to say that. Of course, we all meet Sagar. We all meet Sagar's energy. I like Sagar's energy. So Thank you for the compliment. At the same time, we all miss Sagar too with his own brand of explanation today. Yeah. Okay. So we are waiting for this. As we are waiting for it now, let's go back to the Humpy game. So nothing much has changed. By the way, before chaining over, one point of concern is Divya has 30 minutes on the clock to Tan's 40 minutes on the clock, and only 17 moves have been made. This is a bit of a concern for Divya because Divya, being again a sharp player, she will need all her time to execute the best moves on the board. Yeah. See how many factors are intertwined on the chessboard. When we are looking at a game, we are not looking at the moves played and the objective merits of moves and the calculation that we should be doing. We are not doing only that. We are also looking at a player's style. We are looking at, oh, Divya did not play bishop b5 check. She went for bishop into d5. That is simply surprising. Probably she expected bishop into d5 here, for which white goes knight c3. And if it is pinned with rook c8, I go queen e3. The final argument is that ultimately, when a position comes like this, we will get a position with an isolated pawn for black. And this is a technical advantage for white. More than anything, this is again playing for two results. This is a position black cannot win almost unless messed up handling by white. So probably this is what Divya expected. And then Tan has taken a very big risk by playing ED5 here. Okay, chat. In this position, white to play, what is the best move here? Okay, one suggestion to all of you, when you are following any live relay, please do not look at the engine. This is not only for the students of the game who are coming to the stream to look at the game played by two great players, look at the commentary, and learn from the moves. Not only for them, those who are coming here as pure chess lovers who are enjoying the game itself. For them also, my strong recommendation is please do not look at the engine. Rather, try to see the position, try to see the game with bare eyes, just with your eyes, and try to guess. As we were talking, Divya made another move which looks very sharp because in the long run she wants to go to knight f5 and go towards the king side. But here I was about to say a very clever move to play was queen f4. The point of queen f4 is if black plays king e8, white goes knight d6. Knight d6 may look risky. Bishop d6, e d6, rook e8, and now black is threatening rook e6 and circle the pawn. But this is where the dynamic factors of the position come in, and we have rook c7 here. I hope I'm not moving too fast. If I'm moving too fast, please let me know. I'm moving too fast because I'm afraid that the players may play very fast, and I'll miss out on explaining something to you. So when white plays rook a c1, if black plays rook c8, watch very carefully. I'm still not giving up my attack on the f7 point. And here, if you play f6, we have this beautiful move d7. In chess, they say one of the most beautiful moves you can make is when one of your own pieces is hanging, but you ignore that and make a move which is actually winning for you, irrespective of your own pieces hanging. When your own piece is hanging, you choose to ignore that and play another move. You are displaying guts and you are displaying a swagger. You get the word swagger? You are displaying your swagger with such a move. So I was excited seeing this. But anyway, Unfortunately for Divya, she didn't find Queen F4. I'm a little worried for Divya's form in this game because this is the third or the fourth moment when she's not finding the objectively best move in the game. The good news is she's still much better. Okay, this is a question that I asked you when we were commenting about the tiebreak game between Harika and Divya. In any position, when you look at it, you should always determine which are the strongest elements for each side and the weakest element for each side. So again, this is a question which cannot be answered even if you use engines. Yeah. So tell me, what is the most worrying factor for black in this position? I used to display such a swagger, opponent checkmated me. Travel, Tadka, travel. By swagger, I meant not off the board swagger, on the board swagger. I'm just joking. Please take it easy. King safety is not the most important factor here because now black has castled on the king side and there is a bishop on e7 to protect it. So we have kind of 1.5 pieces to protect it. That is not the most worrying factor. What else? Isolated pawn is a factor, but there is a more worrying factor. Okay, by now, two of the factors have been eliminated. You should be able to identify the immediate important factor immediately. What is it? Less activity, king in the center, queen, isolated pawn, knight on f6 is missing. Finally, the best move is found by first factor is found by Pallavi Kulkarni, Aditya DS. Bishop on b7 is passive. Exactly. This is where black's problems start. Yes, white will continue with her attack on side with knight f5. And let us say if black makes preparations to go bishop f8 by playing rook e8 and guard the king side, this is a position where I can afford to forget about the king side for a while and say that I have extremely strong pieces. What about you? This is where I show my swagger. Look at white's pieces, look at black's pieces. Nobody is going to win a prize for guessing whose pieces are better. The fact is, those of you who have switched on the engines and watching it, the engine still doesn't consider it as a completely better position, only a marginally better position. Next question for all of you. We are enjoying today, right? Next question for all of you. What makes the computer think that this is not a clearly better position for white, but only a marginally better position for white? I'm asking you all questions which a computer cannot answer. You don't have the computer to answer for you. What is that factor? Come on, tell me. Exactly. Dhruva, well done, bishop pair. Somewhere in the computer's algorithm, it has been programmed that the bishop pair is a very strong piece, so it should be given a lot of weightage. But this is where we should all forget the computer's algorithm. We should already work out the strongest algorithm which exists in the world, which is our own brains. If you are black in this position, you are going to hate your life, mainly because of the bishop on b7. And you will hate it even worse if you want to give it back with a move like bishop c8 idea, bishop to f5. This is what the computer suggests. But as a human being, having preserved the two bishops for so long, to give it back with bishop c8 and bishop f5, that is basically where you will panic as a human being. So, all said and done, for me in this position, the most important factor is the time. If Divya can play quick and efficient moves, she has a very good chance to win this game. That's what I would say. Okay, so I played d4. Just give me a second. I have a problem with my power. Yeah, all good. So we will leave the position here. Once again, Divya has played knight d4 instead of queen f4. As I said, I'm a little worried for Divya's form today because this is the fifth or sixth instance where she plays a general move instead of a concrete move. This is a very interesting topic, general and concrete moves. We'll come back to that later. Let's go for the superstar of Indian chess, Indian women chess, Koneru Humpy's game. A5, F6, Bishop D4, Knight A6. Remember, we were talking a long time ago. Bishop and two rook are a deadly combination. So Lee goes to eliminate that factor immediately out of the game by going to knight a6. Okay, the next question to all of you. Obviously, white is going to play knight into d4, but even that position with two rooks against two rooks, white will still hold a huge advantage. What is the reason for that? So again, I'm expecting a text answer from you, not a move answer. What would that mean? Knight d4 isn't that bad unlike missing queen d8. We'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. Very good. E-picture element. We have got the chat suddenly very active, Vivek. I'm not able to follow the chat. The chat is so active. Fantastic. Yeah, king activity is one of the reasons suggested by Shashank. Shashank, you're right, but you should remember that black king is just two moves away from the center. So king activity doesn't matter here. White is one move away from the center, black is two moves away from the center. So king activity is not bad here. The factor is, okay, Humpy has gone for rook h d1 here. Let us say, for example, if knight into d4 here, you should not make the most obvious move, which is rook d4, but you should play the positionally cool cd4 because white has two pawn islands and black has three pawn islands, and that is what matters in this position. All of you get me? This is the most important factor in this position, that in a rook ending, double rook versus double rook ending, white will still hold a small advantage because of the pawn structure. That is the encouraging factor, but the worrying factor is it's a rook ending. As the saying goes, rook endings are never won. So white has a slight advantage, but still this game, there is a long way to go. One of the factors in the last few years, after Humpy made her comeback, Humpy made her famous comeback in 2021, if you all know. She came back to, once again, world top three with a, sorry. Humpy made a very strong comeback to the world top two with a real show of character. After that, Humpy has had only one technical problem to solve, and that is her handling of the clock. Yeah. So this game, I would say a lot depends on how Humpy is going to manage her clock in the remaining of the game. So we have 31 moves, that is, Humpy has 31 moves to Lee's 30, I'm sorry, 31 minutes to Lee's 32 minutes. So which means that the time is almost equal here. Now the point is, basically, managing the clock means here that just give me a second, sorry, small technical issue here. Yeah, I'm back. So to make the 40th move, there are 15 more moves left for white and black. So 15 moves in 15 minutes is, 15 moves in 30 minutes should not be a big deal for Humpy, but that is basically where her maximum attention should go in managing the clock. Okay, let's go to the more violent game here. Now, white goes knight d4 and black goes rook c8. Now, once again, the white queen has a major say. Where it goes matters a lot here. All these moments we were thinking of going with the queen to f4. Here, there is a better move to go maybe after rook c8, that is queen e3. My point is, after a move like rook e8, for example, here, I want to go knight f5 and I want to have the choice between queen h3 as well as queen g3 here. So with that in mind, queen e3 is a better square, but it's very difficult to find such moves over the board. Minute differences and all that. All said and done, Divya is again pressing. Why not queen d2? I think the question answers itself. We are looking at a possibility of the white queen going to the queen side, king side. Okay, Divya has gone queen b2 in this position. Once again, that's not the very ideal place to have. Here, for example, rook e8, knight gf8, you might still have an advantage. But this is where black has this counterintuitive move, g6. Yeah. Why g6 is counterintuitive? Keep this position from black side. White is going to attack on the black side, attack on the king side. In such a position, by playing a move like g6, you are weakening your king side. So, human brain naturally will not accept g6 easily. Human brain will go for rook e8, bishop f8, safeguarding the king side. There is this very nice theory by R.B. Ramesh, one of the best coaches of the world, the best coach in India, in my opinion. It's not enough just to keep 3 pawns in front of the king in their original squares to have a safe king side. If you want to have a safe king side, you also need one piece in the king side. So by playing a move like g6, what am I trying to do is ultimately I want to go rook e8, bishop f8 and bishop g7, and according to Ramesh, that's a better way of guarding the king side, safeguarding the king side, than just having these 3 pawns intact on the king side. Yeah. So here, queen b2 is not the ideal move. Queen e3 could have been a better move. And for this, black has to find g6 here, which I feel is extremely tough, extremely interesting. Okay. Now, let us say yes, black does play rook e8 in the game, just as we predicted. All well. Life is good. So black plays rook e8 in this position. So white has to hurry with knight f5 here. And after bishop f8, she is threatening g6. White to play, guys. Once again, please do not look at your computer's monitors. White to play, what would you do here? Is it possible that Divya thinks she is words and she is just trying to hold a draw? Not at all. Think from Divya's point of view. Divya has the lower seat here and she is playing a fantastic chess player in Tan Zhongyi. You know, Tan Zhongyi is a accepted name in world chess. She was the women's world champion in 2017-2018, winner of many impressive tournaments. Among them, my most favorite is 2024 Sinquefield. What's the equivalent, women equivalent of Sinquefield Cup? What's the strongest women tournament in the world? Held in St. Louis. My memory escapes me. Keynes Cup. Tan Zhongyi was the winner of the 2024 Keynes Cup, a fantastic chess player. Against her, you got a knight on d4, you got a knight on f5. You are not going to accept a draw because you may not get a better opportunity than this against Tan Zhongyi. So I'm extremely confident that she's going to go for a win in this position. Yeah. Now, white to play, find a move for white. Aditya Narayan, Pratik Kamath, you guys got the move correctly. Yeah, Pratik Kamath, Aditya Narayan, I already quoted you. Lakshit, Sabarna Mukherjee, Ayush Kumar, all of you got it right. Knight b5. There is this old saying, put the knight on d5 and you can go to sleep. We can modify it and say put the knight on d6 and go to sleep. Okay, this is very interesting. Once again, I'm very sure all of you, some of you are looking at the computer here. Here, computer suggests the sacrifice d4. What is the computer's logic in suggesting d4 here? Why d4 here? Of course, knight into d4 will be met with queen g5 and suddenly black gets a roaring attack on the king side. So here, white is forced to play f4. By playing f4, I'm also supporting g2, At some point, black may have a crazy threat like queen d5 attacking g2 with this battery of the bishop and queen. So I am safeguarding that, by playing f4 here. Here goes d3. Some of the old players of India, they used to call such a pawn. The technical word for this pawn is kamikaze pawn. Kamikaze pawn is a runaway pawn who just runs without even realizing whether he will survive or not. Yeah. The kamikaze pawn looks very interesting, but it may lose its life anytime. The point is that in some sense, computer thinks that d4 is the only way to play here. Yeah. So after playing knight gf5, bishop f8, knight b5, d4 is the only way to play in this position for black, according to the computer, because more than anything, computer values activity. That's the point. Okay, so that's where we are. Now let's go back to Humpy Tan Zhongyi. Uh-oh. Black indeed took knight d4 and Humpy went for rook into d4. That's a bit of a disappointment again. I was strongly advocating cd4. Humpy is a player with a very strong foundation for whom cd4 will come naturally. Probably she thinks, rook d4 gives equal weightage as cd4. That's the only explanation I can come up with. So black goes rook dc8. Now, one question for all of you. Why rook dc8? Why not rook ac8? Any answers? Why does black play rook dc8? Why not rook fc8? I'm sorry, rook ac8. That is because rook ac8, king d3. At some point here, black cannot move either of the rooks because white may get to play a move like c4. Not in this position, but later on. So instead of defending the rook, with the rook directly to the pawn on d5 behind the pawn. I'm sorry, in front of the pawn. Tan Zhongyi cleverly goes, Lei Tingjie cleverly goes rook d8. She will now attempt to support the pawn on d5 with rook c5. Humpy played king d3. Rook c5 was indeed played. ab6, ab6. Yeah, here comes the crux. Here, very unfortunately, rook b6 could not be played because rook a3 will net the pawn for black also. There is a saying about endgames. If the most natural moves cannot be pursued, that means your advantage is probably not very substantial. So here you have to find the unnatural move to play. A cross b6, A cross b6, and Humpy found it. Hooray! Rook d b4. The point of rook d b4 is, watch carefully. Let's say if rook a3 attacking the pawn, rook b3, and let us say if you exchange the rooks and then go to supporting the pawn with c6, this is where there is this nice saying in Hindi, the nice way to say this in Hindi, ekdam tight ho gaya. Black's pieces, pawns and black's rook and pawns have become ekdam tight ho gaya. Yeah. So, yeah, rook d b4 has been found by Humpy. But this is where, the principle rook endings are never one comes into action. Black need not go rook a3 here. Black will go rook a2 here. That's the point. Attacking g2. And again, you will go rook on b2. I will go, what shall I go? Rook a1 is the move. The point is, if white takes rook b6, rook c1, I'll try to contain the position. Okay, we are entering a position where white may be able to win a pawn, but it may not be easy to win the game. That's where we are going. Anyway, we have a strong technical game ahead of us. Yeah. So we have one technical game and one potentially tactical game going on. Now, I was talking about the time control. So Divya Deshmukh has taken 19 minutes for her 21 moves, whereas Tan Zhongyi is left with 19 moves for her 19 moves, whereas Tan Zhongyi has 27 moves for 27 minutes for 20 moves. So Tan Zhongyi holds the advantage on the clock here. So all in all, so far Divya has played well, but her opponent gave her so many chances to press much better. So it's a little concerning for me how Divya is handling this position. Let's go for the best. Give a second for me. Yeah. Okay. Divya finds knight b5. This is the moment of truth. Two choices. One is d4. Another is to run away with the rook or the bishop. Okay. a7 is attacked. How serious it is? Okay. That's good news for Indian viewers. Tan Zhongyi did not play d4. After all, kamikaze pawn and giving up a pawn sack, it's not easy on the board to play when you are playing for a place in the candidates. Yeah. Okay. Now, one question to all of you. Why not knight into a7 here? Again, please don't look at the computer analysis. Please look at the board. Knight into a7 wins a pawn, but is a very, very bad move, not positionally, tactically. Why is that? Try to answer without moves. Give me an answer in text. Give me an answer with words. Knight into a7 is not a good move here. What do you do? Where is Sagar Shah? Sagar Shah is on the way back from Los Angeles, I think, where he was busy commentating on freestyle Grand Slam. So I miss him too. I miss him a lot too. It's always a lot of fun with Sagar around. Knight is out of the game. Okay, it's a good start. I want more. Knight on the rim is dim. Shreyansh Thakur. Nice. I want you to think a little more proactively. Queen to g5. That's a little drastic, yeah? Giving up the rook on c8 just like that. Little drastic. Anything else? When you are playing knight a7, the problem here is black goes rook c4 and suddenly rook on e6, rook on c4, all of them have the chance to come to the king's side. There is this nice phrase in English, the picketer getting picketed. We were all expecting Divya to attack all the time, and suddenly it is Divya who is being attacked. So we have to be careful in this position. So you should not go for that. So as we are always discussing, the best way to proceed is to play knight of d6. Now knight of d6, rook b8 only move. Ugly. Okay, one more question to you guys. Why not capture the knight with d6, bishop d6, knight d6, and then go rook b8? What is wrong with that? Once again, here there are no tactical answers, so don't activate your engines. Please try to answer by looking at the board. What is wrong with giving up the bishop and minimizing black's damage and playing this? After all, in this position, when there are when there are two knights on the board, the knights are dominating. So why not exchange a bishop for a knight? Any answers, please? Isolated pawn. It is not one factor in this position. There's a general factor in this position. It's not a static factor, it's a general factor. What is it? Knight loses a defender. You mean black loses a defender? Not really. Anything else? White gets c files. That anyway white is going to get, right? No. Okay, this is the point. The position may get simplified after knight d6, rook b8 or something. But the point is, you are left with only one piece which is not doing anything. That is, I'm talking about a minor piece on b7. Yeah. So from a general point of view, in this position, there is not much of the correct term is dynamic potential for black. If at all, at some point, if you have a dream of creating dynamics for black in this position, by giving up a bishop, you are not going to achieve it. That's the point. So whether good or bad, you have to live with two knights coming to your position. You have to play rook b8 here. There is nothing to be done here. As we were talking, oh my good God, as it happened. Uh-oh. We were criticizing knight a7 and Divya did that and she went rook c4. It's very difficult over the board to stop yourself from gaining material. After all, as Magnus Carlsen has famously said, you may believe in dynamism, I believe in material. So, now in a certain way, the momentum has shifted here. At this exact moment, the momentum has shifted. Why I say this? Let's consider this game a few minutes ago. See, somewhere here, White had momentum, all the momentum going for himself after a move like Queen f4. I am the attacker, you are the defender. Just try to defend and hope for the best because I'm coming with all the guns open. But from there, we went to a position where White started positionally dominating, and suddenly she went to grab material, allowing Black's pieces to find dynamism on the board. This is quite a worrying factor because, in an individual match like this, if it's an open tournament, if it's a round robin tournament, you have many opponents to play. Even if you miss this game, you have another game against somebody else. That's a different equation. When you are playing a match against a single opponent, this may be a match of 2 games, it may be a match of 20 games. When you are playing a single opponent, one of the important qualities that you have to display on the chessboard is fighting spirit. Fight. Display the fact that I'm not scared of you. I'm basically coming for you. I will make you scared of me. In such a position, if you allow rook c4 and rook g4, suddenly, very soon a position may come where White has to be scared of both these rooks. That is one factor. And another is you should always watch out for Black's pawn sacrifice d4, making this bishop a monster. Yeah. So, all said and done, from a position of dynamic domination, Divya is going for grabbing material and then allowing her opponent to allow dynamism for the opponent. That is a little bit of a worrying factor for me. Yeah. Thank you so much for the prize. Nice of you guys. So Divya is getting less on time also. This is one factor about Divya. She is a player who plays under time pressure once in a while, but she has age on her side. When you are younger, it is easy to handle time pressure because reflexes are fast, one. And second is, younger you are, you have more punch. You have more ability to handle shocks, all that. So all that combined together to give a little bit more energy on the board to handle time pressure. So I wouldn't be worried about time pressure like I'm worried about time pressure for Humpy in this position, in this game. But still, it is a factor. She has now 12 minutes for 16 moves, whereas Tan Zhongyi has 26 minutes for 16 moves. Let's go back to the game. So what happened here? So it all went according to what we thought. So here's rook d before. Aha. So she did give up a pawn. There's a nice shot here. What is Tan Zhongyi's, I'm sorry, Lei Tingjie's intention here? Rook b6 is met with how? Rook b6 is met with? Yeah, it's quite an easy question, yeah? Masteras, Pavita. Okay, a lot of answers. So rook into c3, rook into c3, rook into b6. Even though there's an isolated pawn, this position should be holdable for black. So It's a clever way to play. Rook b4, rook 8, c6. Now, how to make a progress in this position? Here, again, try to give me a move with words rather than a notation. How should white continue in this position? Please don't give me the moves only. Please try to give me a variation here. I'm sorry, a reasoning here. Come on. Play on the queen's side, says Niklesh. Push pawn Surya Teja. Where Surya Teja? Jaker says push pawns on the king side. Hi, Jaker. Okay, push pawns on the king side is fine, but why? What is the reason to push the pawns on the king side? Majority attack. Where is the majority on the king side, guys? Ganesh Kadam, you're half right. I wouldn't say which half. By pushing the pawns on the king side. See, for example, h4 is a nice move to start with, stopping g5. So let us say if black makes all the normal moves here. Somewhere along here, we are looking at clamping down on the black's king side. For example, yeah, I'm just making some random moves here. Let's say king d2. Let's say king e6. So let us say if rook b6, rook into c3. So a position like this, for example, I go rook e7 and g7 pawn is lost. This is just an example. Of course, in this particular position, I've got rook b2 check and rook into g2. What I'm trying to give you is that when the pawns on the king side get fixed, it is easy to attack them later on. This is why in endgames, when a state of flux is achieved, that is, when we have fixed one of the sides, like, king side, the queen side is fixed, yeah? Both white and black cannot do much here. Humpy goes rook b5, by the way. So in such a position, it is very important to fix the other side. So rook b5 is a bit of a mistake because rook b5 now black can go g5. As I was telling, instead of rook b5, h4 was a better move to play. Overall, I should say Lei Tingjie has done a wonderful job after she got into the endgame. First of all, this concept of taking the c file, supporting the d5 pawn from the side rather than from the front, and then putting pressure on the c pawn, and now cleverly having a tactic to stop b6, rook b6. I mean, we all saw that rook into b6 is met with rook into c3. So overall, Lei Tingjie is showing excellent technique in this game, endgame technique in this game. For Indian fans, it is not really a good news, but we have to give the credit where it's due. So, yeah. Okay, let's go back to the game of Divya. Can I just take a minute's break? I'll just bring some water. Be here. We're not going to shut down the broadcast. Just a minute's break. Vivek, can you just blank out my... Hey guys, I'm back again. So, one of the questions everyone is asking is why is Divya taking a lot of time? Precisely, that's a worrying factor. Now she goes knight b d4. One nice thing to see here is rook e5 is a curious blunder because very nice way knight g3, and if you move the rook away anywhere, white has this beautiful move knight c6. Yeah, very curious way to win the exchange. So knight b d4 is a kind of a trap. Black is probably forced to go back rook e8 here. Yeah, so white still keeps the advantage with knight f3. Okay, this is a very interesting thing. All of you must be seeing the engine, the bar you're seeing, evaluation bar. White is a pawn up, but the engine says black has compensation. The position is only 0.4 according to the engine. In spite of being material up, if the engine says it is not 1.0, which should be the case if white is a pawn up, what should we infer from this? What should be our observation from this? Any opinions here? Sorry, fiddling with the push-up, sorry. What is your observation? Excellent. Sumit Banerjee, Urjit Simba, Jaika, Black has counterplay. That's the point. Which means that after knight b d4, yeah, if black can go back rook e8, and if white can go back knight f3, white preserves the pawn, but positionally black is better. That's the point. Materially white is better, positionally black is better, and black's positional compensation. By position, I'm not meaning strategic here. You should please differentiate. The difference is dynamic compensation as well, dynamic potential of the position as well. I'm including in this. So that way, black is doing well. That combined with the fact that Divya Deshmukh has only 5 minutes on her clock to complete her 15 minutes for 15 moves remaining, this is not a good sign for Divya. This is not a well. I am worried for Divya, to be very honest with you. I really wish Divya does well in this game because she's a wonderfully talented youngster from India. The future belongs to, after the generation of Humpy and Harika, the future belongs to Vaishali and Divya. So it will be wonderful if she does well in this game. And there is one more factor about this game. This game is probably not going to end in a draw. If Divya survives her time pressure and keeps the pawns and somehow escapes from black's counterplay, Divya will win. If she doesn't, Tan is going to win. Hardly any chances for this game to end in a draw because of the nature of the position. This is a highly complex tactical or at least positionally active position where there are two bishops against two knights. See, the pieces are of equal nature. If it is two knights against two knights or two bishops against two bishops, we can definitely say that there is a chance of a draw. But in a position with unequal minor pieces configuration, generally such games produce a result. They don't end in equality. That's the point here. Okay, so we are getting more and more tense looking at this game. So let us see what Madam does. Yes, just as I predicted, Lei Tingjie did g5, which means in this point it was a very crucial miss for Humpy that she missed h4 in this position. So g5 is a very good move because remember we analyzed a particular variation here after h4 where these three pawns becoming fixed on the king's side, and in the long term becoming weaknesses in black's position. That will not happen once black has freed herself up with g5. So this is not going to be a game which produces a result. We predict a draw in this game, which means all of you will have a good day tomorrow watching the tiebreak between Humpy and Lei Tingjie. That's how this game is going. So let us come back to the game of Divya. Okay, there is one fun thing here. Instead of rook e8, if Tan Zhongyi has an adrenaline rush and she plays rook g6, what's going to happen? Any opinion? Remember, black is not threatening knight e5, rook e5, because rook e5 is met with knight c6. That nice bit of fork and discovered attack. Yeah. Lot of you, we have a super chat from Red CG9HT. What are the problems for black and white in Divya's game? Black's majorest problem we have already highlighted. That is, okay, as we were talking, Tan Zhongyi plays rook e8 correctly and white plays knight f3. Okay, in this position, black's majorest problem is the bishop on b7 and to a certain extent the pawn on d5. But the pawn on d5 is a funny thing. Even though the pawn on e5 is not isolated, for all practical purposes it is isolated because it is standing alone on e5. White's problem actually is not on the board, it is off the board, it is the clock. If Divya can survive time pressure today, she has chances to still win the game. There is one more factor which we haven't seen so far. Okay, I'll ask you a question, guys. What is the advantage for white in this position? Let us talk logically. There is no word majorist. Ananta Krishnan, these are the pleasures of commentary. When you are commentating, you can invent whatever you want for the sake of fun. So let's have some fun, man. Come on. So, what is the biggest asset for white in this position? Tell me. Jacob, before space comes what according to Zigbert Tarash? Correct. Janil Chowda. I hope I have got your name correctly. Extra pawn. So the extra pawn, where is it situated? It is situated on b4 and a3. So the tragediest part of this position is that these pawns cannot be pushed. That's the major factor here. If the black rook is not on e4, we can say blindly one of the most common factors, one of the most common advices that we can all hear in chess is post pawns must be pushed. If this rook had been on somewhere like c8 or d7 or whatever, the best advice that we can give for white is to just push a4, a5. Unfortunately, because of the rook being very actively placed on e4, white cannot push his pawns, and that is one of the majorest problems for white in this position. Dr. Somnath of chess. I'm sorry, Hardik Shukla. Who is Dr. Somnath? I'm sorry. In South India, we all know only Dr. Shashi Tharoor. So, who is Dr. Somnath? I'm so sorry if I'm missing something very famous. Divya has less than 5 minutes on her clock and she has to make 15 moves in this position. Sorry, 14 moves in this position. See, for example, this is a place where she has to go knight b5, d4, but as we are talking, she went knight g3. That's again not an accurate move. Here, Divya should go for knight 5 d4. Knights, or for that matter, any major piece belong to the center, especially knights belong to the center. You know, bishops do not belong to the center. Bishops belong to squares which go towards the center. Whereas knight belong to the center, so knight g3 is a little offish. And look at Tan Zhongyi, how fast she plays. You know, this is one of the best ways to defend a minus position. On the board, you make the most common sense moves which don't weaken your position. Off the board, you play as fast as possible. Do you know one of the best defenders in the history of chess who has saved umpteen number of games by playing fast when he was minus? Can you tell a name? He's the ISRO chief. Okay, thank you so much. And I really apologize. I didn't know that. Okay, so who's that genius of defense who used to play fast whenever in minus position? Yes. D Singh. I'm not getting the first name easily. Anuna D Singh, got it correctly. Vishy Anand, of course. Vishwanathan Anand is one of the biggest defenders, greatest defenders ever, who used to play fast whenever he had a minus position. He has saved umpteen number of games, especially those years when he was not supposed to be in form. 2010, 11, 12, 13. People overlook the fact that he saved a lot of games in that time. He became known for his defense, which made people conclude that he was off form. But people did not see how many beautiful games, beautiful number of games he saved. Okay, as we are talking, Divya is going to 3 minutes on her clock and she plays rook e7. Okay, here Black has one more factor coming in her favor. What is that factor? Can you tell me? Again, don't tell by moves, tell by concept. White has slipped a little bit in her hold over the position. Okay, Tan Zhongyi did not make the best move here. Bishop g7 was a fantastic move here. A piece which was sleeping all this while would have come to action with that move. But Tan Zhongyi went for queen c7 instead. So white to play. There are many moves here. Black looks like threatening rook c2, but actually white need not be all that afraid of rook c2. See, for example, you need not go for a move like rook e2 because black may suddenly sacrifice the pawn with d4 here because e5 is attacked. Knight into d4 is met with rook into e5. That's a problem in this position. Here you may say all this while a tactics was coming like this, but here it does not come because of rook e2. You have to be careful. Actually, this position is winning for black. So here, with queen c7, black is threatening d4 as well as rook c2. Twin threats here for black. You know, in chess, we call them as mosquitoes. These are not major threats, but these are threats which annoy you. Yeah. So the best move in this position is very difficult to find. The best move in this position is knight e2. The point of knight e2 is top d4. See, this should tell you how wrong white went a few moves ago. She had the knight on f5, which could have gone directly to d4. Instead, she went knight g3, and after rook c4, rook e1, queen c7. Now she's forced to come back to e2 to come to d4. She has wasted how many? 3 or 4 tempi in the process. Yeah. So we are okay. She did play rook e2. And guys, for the first time in the game, Tan Zhongyi is about to stand better in this position with a beautiful move d4. If Tan Zhongyi finds d4 here, it's going to be extremely difficult for Divya because all those factors which gave two bishops an advantage are gone now. And this is a position where two bishops are glorious, basically. They can be glorified, kind of. So somewhere here, Divya has lost the thread of the game. So now we have to wait and watch, to our horror, if Tan can play d4. She did not play d4. She played bishop g7. Divya has gone for rook e1. d4 is still possible. Yeah, the point of again, if d4, if knight in d4, once again black has bishop e5, which is still possible. Yeah. So all said and done, d4 is still possible. The danger to white's position is still not over. What is Tan Zhongyi going to do? Let's have a quick look at Humpy's game once again. Not much of progress in this position. The score sheet will be signed any moment. That's our prediction today, just now. Divya is going for counterplay and not defense. Not necessarily. When you have to play a rook behind a pawn, which has advanced. Remember, some time ago we were discussing that pawn on e5, for all practical purposes, that also looks like an isolated pawn. So when you are forced to play a rook behind one of your pawns, and you're forced to double it later on and put another rook behind that pawn, that is not active play, that is kind of you're defending your pawn. So as I said, in the last few moves, the momentum has changed a lot actually. Please be positive. I am being positive, Paras, but the point is, the commentator's job is to give the honest picture, give the frank opinion of how the position stands. You can be patriotic, but at the same time, you have to be pragmatic. It's very, very important because in any position, when you are discussing it, unless you discuss the facts of the position, the whole purpose of commentary is defeated. So I'm extremely sorry, but we have to call spade a spade in this position. It is a bit concerning for Divya. One factor which is going in Divya's favor is that so far the white king has been quite solid. So that is one factor in Divya's favor. Okay, watch carefully. Suddenly, Tan has consumed 3 minutes in this position. The reason for that is that sitting at our home, having a cup of coffee, we all discuss how great it is to play d4. But finding it on the board is again not so easy. Remember, we spoke about kamikaze pawn. See, d4, for example, let's talk about a move like e6 here. Okay? All hell breaks loose, correct? Now, this looks very tempting, d3, but here comes ef7 check. If queen f7, rook e8 is check, white is winning. Yeah. And if king f7, there is a beautiful move, knight g5 check, and white will actually end up checkmating black in this position. You got me? So, for e6, listen very carefully. Fe6 is the only move here. Okay? Fe6, rook into e6, rook into e6, rook into e6. Watch this position. It is not easy to assess this position. For a player over the board, sitting over the board, looking at, suddenly the black's king side getting weakened a little bit. You got me? So, it is actually not a easy thing to decide on d4 as well. Yeah, so this is actually a good sign that after bishop g7, rook a e1, Tan has taken 5 minutes so far to decide on the move. There is another beautiful concept about chess. When you are studying a game of chess, just as we were talking, she found the move d4. Okay. Okay, anyway, nevertheless, I'll explain the concept which I was about to say. There is something called reading a game. When you say reading a game, you're not just analyzing what is happening on the board, you're also looking at the clock, you're also looking at a position not from an objective analysis, but trying to look at a position from the player's viewpoint with all the emotions, the fears, the confidences, everything included, how a player will look at a position. This is all reading a game. This is another thing when you are watching a commentary, you should try to look at. Try to read a game rather than just analyzing a game. It's much more fun, and you will kind of get the correct word I'm searching is, you'll kind of get a ringside view of the game. By saying ringside view, what I mean is 360 degrees understanding of how to see a game rather than seeing the engine way of seeing a game, which is just, black and white. In this position, white plays this, black plays this, white plays this, black plays this. And as we are talking, the more worrying factor, Divya is going to her last minute on the clock. Probably she didn't expect d4, or she was worrying about d4 and it has happened on the board. Yeah. So for d4, she is going below her last minute. She is now into her last seconds on the clock, which is quite worrisome, and she still has to make 10 minutes, 10 moves in this game. To remind you, in this tournament, after you make each of your move, you get a 30-second increment. So even though she is now down to her last half a minute, even though she is down to last half a minute, she will get 30 seconds after each and every move, but that is extremely dangerous. And as we are talking, she makes a huge mistake. 94. 94 is unfortunate because now d3 is a major problem for white. These are all classic combinations, pressure, out of the board pressure. That is, you have the ticket to the candidates. Might have the ticket to the candidates if you win this game. Not might have, will have the ticket to the candidates if you win this game. Pressure on the board. You're a pawn up. Not just being a pawn down is a pressure, being pawn up is also a pressure. And then less on time. Being low on time is never a good argument. It is always something which you should avoid and worry about. And the combination of all these factors on the board will be very difficult to take. I was talking some time ago about being young and able to manage the clock efficiently. At the same time, older players, more experienced players, they will see to it that they will never come under such a predication, Okay, as we are talking once again, Tan found the move, Tan Zhongyi. You have to give it to Tan. The last 7 or 8 moves, she has almost found all the best dynamic moves, which shows that she's a wonderful player dynamically. Yeah. Yeah, holy smokes, good game. That's what the expression should be. But unfortunately for all of us, Indian fans, holy smokes, but unfortunate, it's a good game for black, not for white. We would have all have loved to see this game if the holy smokes comes from Divya's point of view, not Tan's point of view. Oh my God, she went to her last 5 seconds and made 96. Uh, White still has a little bit of fighting chances with 96. Observe carefully. For example, if you play ED3 here, it's a blunder because of 98. The point is, the knight can be attacked with something like d7, but it can escape knight f6, bishop f6, ef6 here. This pawn on f6 kind of nullifies the danger posed by the pawn on e2. Yeah, because white's next move, white can capture rook e2. So for knight d6, black has to find the accurate move rook g4, which is next to impossible to find on the board in a practical game. And did she make knight d4? Rook g4, I'm sorry. No, she's yet to play. Why rook g4 is a fantastic move is because if knight e8, if you take, beautiful, beautiful chess with, yeah. Okay, a very interesting question. And one player is in time pressure, plays fast, and opponent plays in same tempo and commit mistake in crucial moments. I'll just finish this analysis and come to this. Look at this. Seemingly, black is sacrificing her queen, but there is a beautiful checkmate here. Rook g2 check, king f1, rook h2, and it is forced checkmate on h1. So for knight d6, black has to find this wonderful move rook g4 here. Tan has 8 minutes. We can say that rook g4 is a combination which can be found by black, but we still have to remember that Tan also is actually, logically speaking, low on time. 8 minutes is not very high time. There's a curious psychology in chess. Sometimes, even if you are not on time pressure, the worry that you may come in time pressure will make people play fast and commit mistakes. Another psychology about time pressure. Yes, as we are talking. Okay, Tana still not played. I'm sorry. So here, okay, we have a superstar joining us very soon.
Hello, hello. Hello, Sarah. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Sagar, of course I can hear you. How can I not hear you? The whole country is hearing you.
Sarah, we are under big pressure, yes, right now. Suddenly things have changed drastically.
Yeah, unfortunate for India, unfortunate for Indians. I mean, all this while Divya had a wonderful position, but a combination of counterplay from Tan and time pressure has made Divya's life very difficult right now. Where are
Yeah,
you, by the way?
I am actually in San Francisco. I was in Vegas and
Of
I have to
course.
take a flight.
Of
Uh,
course.
so so I came here, and I'm so happy that Niklesh and you were able to do this. And then I just came down from my room, and right now on the phone I'm just looking at. Actually, I woke up and I was seeing the commentary. I was like, "Oh my god, these bishops look so dangerous," and I was getting stressed, so I just couldn't stop myself.
Look at this. For some people, their life takes up to Bangalore. For some people, life takes up to San Francisco. This is how life is different for different people.
Both Silicon Valleys, yeah.
That's an encouraging thought. That's a good consolation to say. Yeah. See, one thing,
By
Sagar,
the
I was telling our audience that when you are young, you can handle time pressure well. But the problem is when
way,
you are young, handling pressure itself is not very easy than when you're experienced. What is your opinion on
ooh,
this?
what a deep statement. You can handle time pressure, but not pressure. And when you get experienced, you can handle pressure well, but not time pressure. So you can't have everything.
Of course, you can't have everything. You know,
Wow.
64, 40 years ago, 30 years ago, when I started playing chess, there used to be a gentleman. Even if you have 1 second for one move, he will be sitting as if nothing is wrong. I am manual error. It made a
Ah,
very big impression on me at that age. When I became a stronger player, when I come into time pressure, this is how I should be in at any point of time. You know,
it reminds me a bit of Nihal Sareen these days.
Nihal is a different variety. Nihal is a different story altogether. He was fed on, you know, hyper bullet and bullet games and all that. We are talking about a time when we had round clocks with dials as clocks. We didn't have
Hmm.
clocks also to play sometimes. So, you know, I'm still thinking of that man in that times and thinking that I have not seen anyone after that coming up to that standard when it comes to handling time.
Wow. Wow. Amazing. And Vishy didn't have to handle time pressure many times. So
Of
that's.
course. Of course.
But here, right now, Divya has played her knight to d6. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was the only fighting chance that she had, in fact, because D3 is a deadly threat. Knight D6 was the only fighting chance, but I was just explaining to our audience that there's a brilliant move here with Rook G4 involving a queen
Ooh.
sacrifice.
So
Involving
once
a
again,
queen sacrifice.
if just to clarify, when the rook
Yeah,
is on c4,
yeah,
if d takes e2, then Divya no after knight d6. If d
yeah,
takes e2, then
yeah.
Divya is out of the woods, right? After knight
Yeah.
e8.
Knight e8 check.
Nice.
What saves her the day is after queen d7, knight f6 saves the day because now the e2 pawn is lost and the f6 pawn will guarantee at least white will get a draw.
Mm.
Like let's say for
So
example bishop f3.
e- even we need to work, say,
Brilliant move here for knight d6, rook g4. That's what we are all waiting to see if Dan has found it or not.
is it easy to find such a move? Because knight takes e8 comes with a tempo.
Extremely difficult to find, Sagar. Unless you spotted the combination here, which is extremely. She spotted.
No, she hasn't played yet. So
She
knight
hasn't
d6,
played yet.
Stan is down to 2 minutes 53 seconds. Divya is
Yes,
35 seconds. Oh my
suddenly
god.
something. Sagar
She
has
found
brought
no.
good luck to Divya. Sagar has brought good luck to India. All the
No. I hope so. I hope that Tan at least goes slightly wrong. Divya is able to hold this game so that we can go to tie breaks.
yeah, that's my wish too. About half an hour ago, I was wishing that she will be able to tide over time pressure and will be able to win the game even. But now we have to hope that she doesn't lose this game. Rook G4 is difficult to find, but Sagar, did you see the variation behind Rook
Yeah,
G4?
98,
Quickly, 98, Bishop
bishop
F3,
f3.
Knight
Oh,
C7, Rook H3, King
insane.
F1, Rook H2, checkmate. Coastline.
Oh my goodness. What a combination.
Simply beautiful, simply
And
beautiful.
and also, like, even if you move the rook away from e2 after this entire thing, the
Yeah,
pawn on d3 is the real hero,
yeah, exactly.
taking away the e2 square. Yeah, like. Okay, I mean bishop is also there, but
You are literally a queen and an exchange up, and you are forcefully checkmated.
amazing, amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, by the
So,
way, she doesn't find it. She
oh, she
takes
has
bishop
fought rook
f3.
f3. Sagar has brought good luck to India. Bishop f3, gf3, d cross e2, knight e2 check, and the position
Let's
is
go.
equal again. And the
We
ending which is
yes.
was predicted is coming. Sagar, every day we hope you wake up from sleep early and come for the tie breaks.
Oh, and this is such a
Look, look, look,
amazing
look, look. The tide is turning in
first one.
favor of
Divya,
Divya now, because Queen
Queen
c6
e2,
is a wrong square, Sagar, because now suddenly I have Queen into e2.
and if you can't take the knight because rook is hanging,
Yeah,
so
if you
maybe
take
rook
Queen e8, I
c3.
have Queen into c4.
Right,
The point is Queen d7 if you play.
Queen
Okay, that
e2.
is also winning. Sagar, I think Bishop f3 was just a huge mistake here. Yeah.
Oh,
Yes, Bishop f3 was a huge mistake. Gf3 now. The only way to save the game for Tan was to play Queen into
Queen
d6 and give a
d6.
queen
That
side.
was tough. That was tough.
Rook into e2, and this is of course extremely tough to play. So Bishop f3, Gf3, d2, knight e8, Queen c6, and now White
Queen
has Queen
e2.
into e2. Has she played it?
Let's go. Yes, she played it. Queen e2 on
She
the board.
played it. Queen
Oh, and
e2
what's
on the
happening with
board, and
Humpy?
now
Can we
again.
quickly check?
Yeah. Queen e2 has been played. Yes.
And Humpy, by the way, it's draw, yes, in Humpy's game.
That should be a draw. I mean, that was. Hey,
Do you
it
think
is
Humpy
also turning
will?
Sagar.
No, man, this could be too. This could. Humpy is really a monster, yeah, in endgame.
Sagar, what were you doing before you got up? I don't think you are sleeping. I think you are
I
doing
was
some
just.
voodoo.
I don't know. I just gathered courage and came down to do this commentary because I was a bit worried about my internet and everything. And okay, it's
You are doing
working.
some voodoo. She found Queen e2, Rook c2. She found Queen e4, and White is winning
Wait!
now. White has 2 pawns up in this position, and she has 1 minute 46 minutes on the clock to Tang's 1 minute 56 minutes, which means the times are equal as well. White is winning, which means
Oh
Divya
my
has
goodness,
chances
I
to get
can't
into
win.
the candidate straight away.
And also the finals. This is
Yes,
huge.
yes.
And
You,
right now we are on move 36. She has to make four more moves before you hit time control. Once you get 30 minutes extra, it should be very safe.
Sagar, she has made 10 moves in time pressure. Making 4 moves in time pressure is going to be a cakewalk. Whereas Tan is now lesser on time than Divya, and she is under more pressure. How old is Tan, by the way? To clarify, Tan is 34 years
I
old. Okay,
think,
she is on the experience side. She
okay.
is 34 years old.
Mhm.
But still, this position is too much to defend for however experienced you are. So I have a feeling Queen into e4 is forced, Rook into e4, after which, let us say, Rook a2 attacking the pawn, Rook e3, and all is well for White in this position, which means she is very close to winning the game, Sagar. Shall we have a quick look at
Okay.
Humpy's game, which is suddenly becoming very interesting? How on earth
Yeah.
did
Yeah.
Humpy create passed pawns on the king side? So, what was the contract of your voodoo, Sagar? How did you make this position come?
You mean in Humpy or?
Humpy's game, what was the voodoo you did to make this position come?
I don't know.
Oh.
I think it's all Humpy's voodoo, yeah. She is actually, but the bar is saying there is no voodoo happening. It's still the same. It's 0.00. But I think the bar is cannot be
No.
very accurately depicting what's the situation.
Sagar, that's the point. The bar may say 0.00, but with a pawn on g4 and a pawn on h5, it is never 0.00 in a practical game. In a practical game, after all, you don't have the computer to look at when you're playing a move. See,
Right.
each and every
Right.
move, for example, the player will have the doubt, I'm playing rook h2, is it correct? What will happen if the pawn is pushed to g5 suddenly? What happens to rook g6, idea h6? All this pressure, all these threats White has. So, okay, one good thing for Lei Tingjie is now she has crossed, both of them across the
Yeah. So if they have crossed move 40, Sarah, can we come back here after the 40 moves of Divya and
Yeah,
Tan
we
are
can
done?
go
So
back. Yeah.
we can
Yeah.
Bishop H6 played,
Bishop
and Divya
H6
is
is a
plus
very big
3.
mistake. Bishop H6 is a very big mistake because now Knight F6 check, King
Shit.
G7, F4.
Rook D4, F4. Okay. I thought Rook D4, Rook D8, some mating ideas there, yeah? No,
I
maybe it won't work.
didn't
Maybe it won't work.
like Rook D4 because of Bishop G5 threatening Bishop on F6.
Right. Right.
So
So
I
F4
wanted to
stops it.
stop. Yeah, I wanted to stop. Now,
Amazing.
hell with queening pawns. I want to checkmate the black king with this nice maneuver.
And also, Sarah, just like that, Divya is 2 pawns up. So, I mean, if she is able to hold on to her pawns, then it's completely crushing.
Sagar, more than hold on to your pawn, holding on to her pawns, tell me a way when Tan can win those pawns back. I don't see a way
I
at all.
thought Rook C3, but okay, maybe A4, yeah? Just push, like, in this line which we saw, Knight F6, King
So Knight
G7,
F6, King
F4.
G7 has been played.
Yes, now F4, I'm pretty sure Divya will go F4.
Just hold on. Is she going F4? So White has to play here. She has to find F4 here, Sagar. Oh, she played A4.
She goes A4, which is also
She
fine.
allowed Bishop G5. She's also winning, Sagar, but now you have to win an ending rather than checkmating your opponent.
But if Bishop
Anyway,
G5, Sarah, now Bishop G5, Knight D5, and actually the B6 pawn is under pressure.
yeah, I go Bishop D8, which is the only move.
Yeah, that's ugly. That's ugly.
But Sagar, I can now consolidate the position with Rook D4,
Rook D4 and Rook A2.
safeguarding all my pawns after B5. And I'm just winning after this. Now I
Wow.
just play Sagar,
Wow.
she has to make just one move to cross time pressure, Sagar, which means this is a one position. Because once you have
Let's
got extra
go.
increment on the clock, it is just winning.
It's totally like then with Divya can go to like, get up, relax herself, do some deep breaths and drink some water and get into that, now
And
I'm going to
then
just
write a letter of thanks to Sagar Shah who woke up and saved her. Saved
Yeah,
Indian chess rather.
I think it's incredible how she managed to come out of this.
Brilliant.
Like at some point, she would have lost the game.
Brilliant, Sagar. This is brilliant counterplay. Okay, to
Yeah,
think of it now, how can we justify this play from Tan is only one thing I can think of. See, in this
pressure.
crucial moment, we were all excited that Black is winning, but we all forgot that how difficult it is to find a move like Rook G4 when you are also having only 2 minutes on your clock,
No, but she
That
had
is
10
basically,
minutes here. She
I'm
had
sorry?
10. She
Yeah,
had
10
10
minutes.
minutes at this point. But
Yeah,
the
10
thing is,
minutes.
maybe when your rook is attacked, it's very difficult to think of Rook G4 as a move. Yeah.
Correct, correct. That is exactly. So that was the moment. Okay, as we are talking, she did not know Bishop D8 Sagar. White played
Knight
knight d5.
D5.
She came Bishop D2 and White played knight D5. Now, tell me how can I save the B6 pawn?
Yeah,
Because,
now it's gone. Yeah.
Sagar, there
Rook
is something
C6,
very
B5,
funny happening. If Rook C6,
B5.
yeah? No, I won't play B5 Sagar. I will
What would
become
you
a
do?
sadist and trap your bishop with F4.
And the knight cannot be touched. The pawns are all safe. And then just bring your king. Yeah. King F1, King E2, King D3.
Of course, of course. Uh,
Uh-huh.
brings to mind that wonderful book written by Genrik Kasparian, Domination in Endgame Studies.
Right.
That's what we are going to have today. Anyway, I'm just joking because the
Wow.
bishop can always go to C1. No, I mean,
Yeah, but it still remains inside this. Yeah, it cannot come out. These black, white pawns on dark squares limit it. She goes
exactly.
rook
And
B2.
Thanos made a bigger mistake by playing king rook to D2, B2. See, the point is now White can forget the whole queen side and consolidate the king side first with f4, king g2, king f3, and then think what she wants to do.
Right.
This is simply wonderful position. And of course, I have a very easy way of winning the pawn sagar. I can just play b5 followed by knight into b6. And if I play b5, if your bishop has to go to a5, it is not a
That's
bishop, it is a
permanently.
big pawn. We have a super chat from Pawn Monarch. Sagar Bhai, you should never miss Indian game, please.
That means I cannot take even half a day off, yeah, because Indians are playing every single day.
Essentially, he just repeats what we all know. You don't sleep. He's asking you not to sleep anymore. Wonderful turnaround, Sagar. This is wonderful turnaround
Sarah,
for
do
Indian
you
chess.
think just can you put this into perspective? Like this is actually a huge moment in Indian chess because we will have for the first time, like how would you put this into perspective? Divya qualifying to the candidates, reaching the finals.
Very interesting. This is a question which has been in my mind for a long time. Sagar, in Indian chess, after Tamil Nadu, which is the second big powerhouse of Indian chess in terms of women chess. I'm sorry, after Tamil Nadu and Andhra, let us say. I should say first after Andhra, then Tamil Nadu. Okay, Vijay Lakshmi was the first GM norm holder, but she didn't convert it into titles. So after Humpy
Yeah,
and
first
Harika,
WGM.
forget WGM, Sagar. You know and I know where the most talented Indian girls come from, which state it is.
Correct, correct. Andhra
Maharashtra.
Pradesh, right. I mean,
Maharashtra.
after that, yeah,
After
Maharashtra,
India,
yes,
after Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh,
yes.
Maharashtra has produced a steady stream of women talents, and it was always for me a niggling fact that they didn't produce a superstar all these years who will become a grandmaster, who will become a candidate, and all that. Just as Humpy has done, Harika has done, and Vaishali has done with gym title. With Divya Deshmukh, I'll put that into perspective. Finally, first thing which comes to my mind, it may be a little bit of a narrow-minded viewpoint. I'm looking at a state instead of the country, but finally, Maharashtra is getting its due with such a strong player, in my opinion. I'm very happy for that.
Yeah, and also the fact that Divya is very, very kind of, you know, whenever I see her game, I just don't understand like if there's any school of chess that she comes from. She's very fresh in a way, yeah, the way she plays.
And we have a very great news coming in.
What?
With this win, by qualifying to the finals, Divya is making a grandmaster norm.
Oh, yes. Her first no.
Fantastic.
But
Fantastic.
Sarah, do you know if she wins this tournament, the World Cup, she becomes a GM.
Of course, of course. But she makes a GM norm for sure if she wins this game. She just has to keep her nerves under control, win
Yeah.
is win this position where she is 2 pawns up, and she makes a grandmaster norm for sure, and then goes to the finals where she wins. She makes a GM title. So wonderful, wonderful day for Indian chess.
I've always felt that Divya is someone who rises under pressure many times because even at the Olympiad, if we remember in Budapest, she scored what was like 9.5 out of 10 or 9 out of 10. And many of her games were like these crunch ones that, would make or break India's fortune. And she would always be like, yeah, this is what I don't feel that pressure because this is what I'm made for, to fight. And I think her problem was when she was facing world class opponents like who were 2500 plus, she would often take too many risks and land into sort of worse positions out of opening and all. But she has kind of consolidated herself. She's worked on it, and now it feels like she's really reached right up there, the best in the world.
See, that's the point. Young talents from their beginning days, it makes a very difference the style of chess they play. You may be a very young talent, but you should also learn how to take risks from your very steps because there are so many young talents in India. Not necessarily all reach their potential because that ability to take risk is not everyone's cup of tea. So that is one thing which I've always admired about Divya Deshmukh and Vaishali. For both of
Mm.
them, taking a risk is, in Tamil, we have a saying, not a saying really, it's a fun thing. Taking risk is like eating rusk.
What is Russ? That
Rusk,
that bread.
the bread, the dry
Yeah,
bread,
yeah,
sweet. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. How
Fantastic.
does
Yeah.
it continue? How does it continue? I mean, I didn't get the correlation between risk and rust.
It's just a silly quote, man. Forget it. Silly quote. We have a super chat from I am Indian engineer. What a day. Divya to candidates and Arvind winning.
Oh
Arvind
wow!
won today at Bill, is it? That's a
Is
great
it?
news, guys.
Did,
I'm
there was
sorry. Yeah,
like a
Bill
round
Masters, no?
robin.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Bill
four
Masters,
players
no?
round robin finals at the
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Masters. So
yeah.
like there
Yeah,
there were six players, and then I think he qualified to the finale,
yeah,
like
yeah,
four
yeah.
players.
Yeah.
And there's one more game I think that is left.
Okay. I wasn't really following that. I was doing duty for ChessBase India. So,
Thank you. By the way, Sarah,
yeah.
you are in Bangalore for training
Yeah,
someone, yes?
kind of training. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, by the way, guys, I must tell you that Saravanan is an amazing chess trainer. I recently interviewed Akash Dalvi, who is an IM now, and he spoke about how working with Sara has helped him. There are also other players like Pranav Anand. When he became a GM, he was being trained by Saravanan, and I think there is a huge list there. I don't even know all of them. Some don't even want to be revealed, but I think the number of students that you have who are actually reaching to IM and GM level is growing all the time, isn't that, Sarah?
So, Sagar, thank you for the customary
No, come
commercial.
on. This
Nice
is
of you.
this is truth. This is truth. This is no commercial.
When it comes to the achievements of, recently, one of the biggest trainers in India who is going great guns is Shyam Sundar. I think
Yes.
he is going to be the next achiever, coach achiever of India. I'm really happy with the way Shyam Sundar is producing quality players. He's churning out at player after player. So compared to their achievement, I don't think my achievement is significant at all. Fantastic coaches. I mean, starting with Ramesh, before him,
Vishnu,
Vishnu. We have got wonderful trainers in India today.
Srinath, Shyam. I mean, the list is. I think coaches are the backbone of Indian chess growth, and this is brilliant. By the way, Sarah, do you know that Shyam is actually there in Batumi? He's
I
part
know.
of the Indian contingent.
He is the coach of the Indian women team, and he is also should be credited with
Yes.
Divya Deshmukh performance here. We have another super chat. The young brigade started with Humpy, Hari, Sashikiran, and Sandipan, and then the super long, super fast train began. After that, there was another generation, I would say, with Sureshekar
With the
Ganguly and company. Sureshekar Ganguly and Sandipan were the same generation. Yeah, so with them. And along with Sashikiran Hari, you should also include Vijay Lakshmi. That was another part of the generation. But yes, the super trade
and
began with Arvind Chidambaram and company. Yeah. Anyway, thanks,
actually
Mr.
before that
Raka.
even there would be another generation. I would put it as Vidit, Adiban, Seturaman. I think these players, Lalit Babu, they were there right up there, and of course Vidit could sort of reach the candidates.
Yeah.
And then came this next gen, which is what we are seeing right now, the 2003, 4, 5, 6 born players who have just surpassed all expectations. Oh, by the way, Humpy. Oh my God, Sarah, I can't believe if Humpy starts to win today. That would be just
Humpy
the
is
most
progressing,
insane.
Sagar. Okay, Sagar, let's try to be objective here.
Okay.
White is planning to play Rook G6 and H6, okay? How are you going to stop this? I'm curious. So
Actually,
let's say
I
Rook
can,
D to check. Yeah?
maybe I was thinking, Sarah, instead of check, how
Yeah.
is the move c4 to limit the white king? Because then it doesn't go to b3. Ooh,
No,
terrible.
Sagar. C4
Wow.
is a mistake because in the long run, you are fixing the pawns. When basically in rook and pawn endings, when you have two pawns running, see, for example, let's say rook h2 check king b3. In such a situation, you will always have two choices to play d4 or to play c4. By playing c4 early, you are going to fix that and limit yourself to only one. Such
Hmm.
a kind of an option should not be foregone so fast. This is my opinion. That is why I think engine doesn't like it. Of course, engine will have much more concrete reason to do this. Yeah. So, yeah, Sagar, coming back to that. Rook h2 check king b3. Tell me how black is going to stop rook g6 and h6 here.
I think
Yes,
whenever you play rook g6, I will
Yeah.
play king f7. This is my idea, so that you
Yeah,
can't push your pawn.
correct. At
So
that
let's say
point,
rook
I'll go
f2.
f5, Sagar. I'll go f5 and then play h6 again. What do you do?
Okay, let's try rook f2 right now. Oh, then maybe h6
No, no, no,
already
no, no, no.
dangerous,
Rook
yeah.
f2 is met with h6 straight away.
And
Danger.
I take, by the way, just to show, like h6, rook f4,
Sure. h6, rook
and
f4,
h7, and there's
h7, and
no way
that's
to
it.
stop the pawn.
Yeah, no way to stop the pawn. Correct.
So
So,
can't the rook can't take its eye off the h5.
yeah, correct. So, somewhere here,
Mm,
I
I'll
have
wait.
to wait with a move like
Rook h3. Let's say,
h3. So,
yeah,
rook h3, I'm threatening d4 here. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. I still cannot play.
How about rook g6 now? Let's say you give up that c3 stuff. Yeah, like rook g6,
Okay. So,
d4.
king f7. No, no. c3 is very dangerous again. If you go d4 here, it actually doesn't make any
Whoa,
difference in the position. I'll play g5 here first.
whoa, whoa! This is insane because here your h5 pawn is falling, your c3 pawn is falling, but f6 goes, and those
Yeah.
white pawns are so strong.
Yeah. So let us assume your own move, which you suggested.
Yeah,
For a
instead of d4,
instead
king
of
f7.
d4, let us go king f7. Now,
Yeah,
can I go? Okay, now f5 is not possible because of d4. Yeah,
d4.
that's the problem.
Right.
Okay, which means that rook g6 is not a threat here. So if rook g6 is not a threat, how can Humpy progress in this position? So even though
Yeah, I
she's
just
gone up,
want
it
to. I
looks.
want to get my king to b5 actually. So like, let's say if I go king a4 and my pawn was not hanging on c3, I would be a huge progress. But rook
So
takes
rook into
c3.
c3,
What?
h6,
You see, this endgame
a3.
many times is shifting in Humpy's favor.
Yeah, yeah. So first truth that we establish here is that this question is winning for white because I just want to show this variation. G5, G6 cannot be
h6,
stopped. That's the point.
right,
Sorry.
right.
Sorry. Here, first you go D4, G5,
By the way, Sarah,
D3. Yeah.
I will take your leave right
Uh,
now.
in between.
I will
Yeah.
try to see if I can come back again
Yeah.
at some point. But thank you so much for this, for doing this, and also a big shout out to our director, Sab Vivek, who is putting this together. Because of this, we could follow this live. And to all the viewers, I don't know how many are watching that. I have nothing on my screen, just this Zoom call. Thank you all for tuning in. Big shout out to Divya, who will most likely win. And if Humpy wins, it will be a historic day.
Nice, Sagar. And if Divya gets into trouble, we'll call you again.
I don't think she needs anyone right now.
Thank you so much, Sagar. Thank you.
Take care, Sarah. Bye.
Bye. That was our lucky mascot, Sagar Shah. As we were talking, Divya committed inaccuracy here. See, this is another thing. When you play endgames, you need a separate bent of mind. And as we were talking in this position, it was better to consolidate White's position and then play slowly. This is what we were indicating earlier. Yeah. So instead, Divya went for a concrete continuation. The problem with this is, see, this is basically tactical. She wants Tan to fall into this when Tan will lose this bishop. But unfortunately for Divya, for rook e6, black has this wonderful move b5. The point of b5 is if a5, now the b4 pawn, a5, b4 pawn falls now. Even this is winning, but not an easy win. So let us say if I take a b5, bishop b4, this may not be an easy win anymore. So this is a bit of an inaccuracy from Divya. Okay, she went rook e7. That's interesting. This is why Sagar Shah should not have gone out of the broadcast. So let us try to see what is the idea of rook e7. Rook e7 check, king f8. Or king h6, guarding the pawn on h7. A cross b5, bishop cross b4. Of course, white should not exchange the bishop and knight. Now rook d7 and now Divya has to play f6. See, one of the problems in this position is she burnt her bridges too early by playing e6. So by playing e6, okay, we have a super chart, Mr. Raga. Mr. Rags, I'm sorry. What's your players list whose talent didn't make to success? Gata Kamsky comes in mind. It's a little bit of an off topic, especially because we have a very interesting position in our hands. But in my mind, in Indian chess, I expected a lot more from Sethuraman. Adiban did make it to the top, but Sethuraman was one of my favorite players and as well as a favorite human being as well. In global chess, definitely I expected a lot from Rajabo. Taimur Rajabo won. And who else I can quote? This is a sudden topic, so I'm not able to recall names immediately. Yeah. Wei. Wei of China, I really expected a lot, who didn't make it to the world champion level. Okay, let's get into the game. Rook e6, b5, rook e7, check. Now, a b5, she has played all this, king h6, a b4, now rook d7 has been played. Has it been played? A b5, rook b4, bishop into b4 has been played. White is still winning, but now a lot of hard work is required. For example, she has to find rook d7 or rook f7. The point being, if bishop c5, h4 is a very cunning threat with the idea of knight f6 and rook h7 mate. So this is very important in this position. This is white winning, but finding h4 is not easy. But at the same time, for a player like Divya, it may be natural. There is another way to win this position as well by playing b6, but this gives a lot of counterplay. That is bishop into b6, rook b7, and you have to win this position. Again, this is winning. It should not be easy. It should be a trivial win anyway. B6 is another way to win this position. You need not play h4 only. So what do I say? White is still winning, but she basically has to win the position. It would have been much better if she had not given all these heart attacks and consolidated with f4 here. That's what I can say. I have still not looked at. Please be positive, man. Of course, I'm being positive. I'm just trying to tell what is happening. See, I was telling some time ago that when you have an advantageous position, no piece should be exchanged. It is important not to simplify the position. So from that point of view, if you see what has happened is 2 pawns each from each side have been exchanged. This could have been done without. But the point is, even after such an exchange, white is still winning. The difference between that position and this position is that, hey, she hasn't played after bishop into b4. The difference here is that from a position where the game can be won with strategic play, slowly the position is going to a stage where it has to be done with correct calculation. And this is my objection with White's play in this position. I hope you get me right. I hope you don't get me wrongly. This is basically what I'm thinking here. But anyway, White is still winning, and let's hope for the best from Divya. Time position, Divya is again a little low on time. She has 15 minutes for her moves, and Tan has 30 minutes for her moves. So, to remind you again, the time control here is that after 40 moves are completed, both the participants are given 30 minutes on their clock, and you have to finish the game in the 30 minutes. So, you have 30 minutes plus 30 seconds only. So, it is important that Divya also keeps track of her time in this position, and let's hope for the best. Let's look out for another super chat. Syncrox D's Nuts. What a name, man. Apologies for out of context, but as someone asked about players, do you remember R.K. Swain? Okay, this is a name I don't heard at all. He's from the time of Nazir Ali. Nazir Ali was one of our greatest talents of yesteryears. I've had the honor of playing against him, but I have not. I don't remember R.K. Swain at all. I haven't heard the name. Nice of you to bring out a name from the past. Okay, so we are going to Humpy's game, and just as we were explaining some time ago, Humpy is facing a lot of difficulties in converting this position, even though she's a pawn up. Lee is giving excellent fight. Lee is giving very good defense here. One of the characters of this position is that it is easy to find a defense for black. Basically, you should keep it simple. Don't allow the white pawn to be pushed to h6. That should be your motto. So if black can do that, she can draw the game. And black's line of other line of defenses just keep on checking the white king, which is unfortunately which is finding it difficult to find a shelter. Yeah. Okay. Divya has made a move in her game. What is it? Okay, she didn't go rook b7. She went rook b7 instead. She didn't go rook d7. So what's the point of rook b7? If bishop c5, of course, h4 is always a win, I suppose. Idea knight f6. This is the crux. If h4, if g5 here, at g5, black cannot play king g6 because of f4, and that's another set of pawns here. And if king into g5, white has this clever move knight c3. Look at it. Idea knight e4 check. Yeah. And mainly the attack on the b5 pawn is gone. I'm assuming rook c1 is the only move here. Knight e4 check, king g6 means I have rook c7, and you're in trouble. White is simply winning here. So, if Divya can find h4 in this position, it will be wonderful. If black plays bishop c5, I don't find any other pawn to play for bishop c5. So let us see what happens. Okay. Tan is going for a clever move here. She threatens to play bishop c5. The point is, if rook b2, bishop c5, the threat is rook into f2. But here, this is actually not a serious threat. For example, let's say I play a general move. Bishop c5, let us say. Okay, no, this is dangerous because after rook b6, rook into f2 check, king g2. Now we have a problem here because rook d2 is a tactical problem here. So we shouldn't do this. So rook f b2, the threat is to play bishop c5 and threaten rook into f2. Okay. Okay, as I was telling, unfortunately here, Divya is under a bit of a pressure to find h4, which is a tactical win here. Yeah. And f4 is another complex win. The point of f4 is if bishop c5, I can just forego everything and go king g3. And if something like bishop f2 check, king g4, the point is my king has run away. Yeah. And now I have all the time in the world to convert the pawn advantage with b6 and all that. This is one logic. But as I was telling, much better if she can play h4. Okay, she didn't find h4, she played knight f6. The point of knight f6 is of rook f7. Now Tan is supposed to play g5. Now white has to find knight g4 check. Did Divya play her move? No, she's thinking. So knight g4 check, king g6, knight e5 check, king h6, knight. Can I play knight d3? No, exchanging rooks will not help me. That's a draw. I should be careful about. So how does white win this position after knight g4, king g6? So already it is getting difficult for Divya to win this position. Okay, this is another turnaround here, unfortunately. Instead of h4, Divya went for knight g6 check, knight f6 check, g5 was played. And Divya is having 11 minutes on her clock against Tan's 28 minutes. I hate to do this, but let me just take a 2 minutes break and I'll be back. So, as the game has progressed, Divya has lost some part of her advantage. White still might be having a win, but it's not as easy as it was a few moves ago. Let us see how she can go for a win here. Okay, the point of rook b8 is if I get b6, I'll get b7 in one move. Okay, so now logically, what Divya is going to do is to bring her knight to d5 somehow. Find a way to bring the knight to d5 and push b6, b7. This is the point. Yeah. So, for example, if black plays a move like king g6, this is very interesting. King g6 is a blunder because of rook g8 check. The point is I'm winning the pawn on g5 as well, which is just suicide. So the black king cannot be moved. Yeah. So let us say if black just waits with rook b1. If white goes knight f6, now king g6, knight b5, which was our plan. Now, black has got this clever defense, king f7, idea being if b6, king e6. This is the point of this position. Yeah. Just note one clever point here. b7, king to d5 would have won on other days because of rook d8 check, but here the bishop on a5 is protecting rook d8 check. So, where we are going with this is basically the black king suddenly got active. Okay, so that is what has happened. So rook b8 now. Tan has played king h5. Guys, the good news is king h5 is a mistake as well. But the point is now white has to find the way to win, which is not easy. So what do I mean it is not easy? The correct way to win in this position is, this is too much. Rook a8 is a move. No, rook a8 will not work, sorry. Rook a8, rook into b5 is a very complicated win with knight d6. If rook d5, rook a6 idea, knight f7. This is typical engine variation with no human being can find it out. Yeah. So Divya is not going to play rook a8, rook e8, any move suggested by the computer in this position. Let's get this straight. So this move is very crucial right now. What Divya is going to play. She cannot move her rook anyway away from the b file. She cannot move the king anyway, so it should be a knight move here. If knight f6 check, king g6, we get a variation which we have seen already earlier, knight e4, and now bishop e1 is the point here. This is very unfortunate. White doesn't have a win anymore. I hate to say this, but it is not an easily winning position anymore. Should we call Sagar Shah? It's a little upsetting to follow this game, in fact, because, she is now has only 6 minutes on her clock as well. Yeah. If indeed Divya wouldn't win this game, that will be such a disappointment. And Divya goes for king h3. So what's the point of king h3? Okay, she wants to go king g4 somewhere later on. I hope that's her point. What happens to rook b3? Knight g3 check, king g6. Okay, now I can play rook g8 check. That's my point. So for knight g3 check, black can go king h6, king g4. Okay, this is a way of making progress, guys. What Divya is attempting to do here is to take the king to h3 and then somehow find a way to wedge it into g4 and f5 and all that. So this is a decent plan. Okay, black has played rook b3 as I predicted. Okay, as we were discussing long ago, an admirable thing about Tan, she's playing quite fast. She's basically playing quite fast and keeping up a fight. Now, knight g3 check is almost forced. There's nothing more here. So, knight g3, king h6, king g4. Now, the curious question is what happens to bishop c7? I'm assuming that rook b7, bishop g3, this should be a simple win for white. White is 2 pawns up in a rook and pawn ending. Any rook and pawn endgame can be still won if you're 2 pawns up after all. So no worries there. So bishop c7, rook b7, let us say a more like bishop e5. This must be a win because now white has a very advanced king. So I'm beginning to get optimistic again here with this move king h3. But now again, white has to make the crucial choice of knight g3 check, which is not easy. So let me adjust here. दक दक हो रहा है शेष गुप्ता बिहार सबको भैया सबको ऐसे हो रहा है Carl Sagar Shah. Unfortunately, Sagar Shah went back to sleep, I think. Divya is better but slow. Okay, she came back king g2. The protagonist once again just repeated 2 moves. White played king h3, black played rook b3, white came back king g2, black came back rook b2. Moment of truth. Come on, Divya. Go for king h3 and go for knight g3. Go for gold. It does not matter here how many moves have been made because the time pressure is over and time control has been made. Sorry. So right now, it is just 30 minutes left on the clock for both the players. So it doesn't matter how much time they both have. Divya's down to her last 4 minutes and she has to still find a way to progress. Let's just check what is happening in Humpy's game. Okay, what Humpy has done, she got tired of black's check. She came back to king d1. So the point of king d1 is she doesn't care about b3, c3. She can go king e2 here. That's the point. Once again, to remind you, this is always a mistake because of h6, rook h3, h7, and this is a monster of a pawn. Yeah. It looks to me that Humpy has found a reasonable way. And the great news is Lei Tingjie has only 1 minute on her clock. That's very interesting. No, there is some bug here, guys. I'm sorry. I got very excited suddenly. She has 8 minutes on her clock. Okay. So what has happened here? Okay. Divya has given up the b5 pawn. That's a big news. Why has she given up her b5 pawn? She wants to play for checkmate. Watch carefully. This is a big blunder because rook c6 threatens mate in 2. Knight g3 check followed by rook h6 checkmate. Yeah, and that is just a loss. If you play g4 here, f4, still knight g3 check followed by rook h6 is checkmate. Yeah. And if you play king h4 early here, knight g3, idea rook h6 checkmate is still a winning move for black here. White here, I'm sorry. If you go rook b6, I have rook c5, idea rook h5 checkmate. And okay, I need not point out to you that rook h6 is a blunder in many ways, including knight f8 check or rook into f5. Okay. So Divya's idea is that by playing rook c8, she is allowing rook b5. Rook c6 idea, knight g3 check and rook h6 checkmate is the idea. Okay. So assuming black cannot take rook into b5 now, black is forced to go back king h6. We have to be careful here. King g6 is a blunder because rook g8 check and rook into g5. Yeah. So black has to find rook h6 here. Now, Divya has cleverly brought a rook from b8 to c5, and now she is targeting the d8, g5 pawn. Yeah. This is indeed nice, guys. Whatever the engine says, in a certain way, white has actually improved her position. Yeah, we should be happy for that. So, which means we are doing well. Now it is Tan's time to think again. By the way, did any of you notice whether it is politically correct or not? It's a nice time to remember that today it is actually China versus India in the World Cup. Two Chinese, Lei Tingjie, Tan Zhongyi, versus two Indians, Koneru Humpy and Divya Deshmukh. As I had already said, Tan Zhongyi is a former women world champion. And basically, you can say that this generation of fantastic women players from China, Zhu Jiner and all that, they are marginally better than the Indian women grandmasters, women players. But basically, where India has a chance is the youth. Basically, we have younger players in Divya and Vaishali, which gives us the hope that, like we are fighting this match today on individual boards. Basically, India is also emerging as a good power in women chess. So we are all eagerly waiting for Tan's move. Has anything happened in Lee's move? Okay. This is a turning point or even a critical moment in both these games. Humpy has given up a pawn. Humpy has sacrificed a pawn and gone for the king going to e2. So now, quickly, Lee has to decide what to do. Of course, just now we saw that c3 cannot be taken. d4 is a move here, for example. The point of d4 is cd4. Now, the white king cannot leave everything and go to h3 because d3 will be a threat. Yeah. So, of course, I cannot go king g2 because then you lose the game after d2. Yeah. So here, if black creates this passed pawn, this is the thing here. Now I can wait with king d2 because you don't have that rook h2 check thing anymore because white will go forward. Okay. Tan has played her move. What is that? She played king h6. Okay, that's what we considered as the best move, yeah? So she played king h6. So now, Divya, play fast. Come on, play rook c5. Don't look for any tactics. Just go for it, yeah? Just go for rook c5 and go for a thing. We have a super chat. Nikhil Bafna are loving your style of explanation. Thank you so much. Nice of you, Nikhil. So the transfer is indeed taking place because after king h6, I'm very sure that this was Divya's move all the time. One thing probably she should avoid is giving a check in between because if you avoid it, if you give a check, rook c check, and then come rook c5, now this is a much better position for black if the pawn comes to h6. Why? See, in this position, if white plays rook c5 directly, black bishop goes to d8 to support the pawn on g5. Look at the bishop on d8. It's an eyesore. It's really, really badly placed here. So instead of doing this, she shouldn't give a check on c6. That's very important here. Okay, it has happened. This is very interesting. Tan has gone for bishop d2. What is bishop d2? Can I go knight into d2, rook into d2, f4? These are positions which are won precisely because, so this is a bit of a pawn ending basic. I'm sorry, rook ending basic. Generally, such positions are a draw if the rook is on b8. But here, the rook is on b2, so this is a simple and straightforward win for white because white can take his king all the way to b6 and win the game. Yeah. Okay. As we were talking, Divya made the move rook c6 check, which somehow I don't like. It was important that Divya was not going to give this check because once you give this check, the black king gets active. For example, here instead of rook c6 check, another move was b6. Of course, you cannot take rook into b6 because d2 is hanging. So for b6, if you play a move like bishop e3, rook c6 check, king g7, b7 is the point. Rook into b7 cannot be taken because of fe3. So b6 was another move in this position, but unfortunately Divya went for rook c6. Guys, I think we are all getting as tense as Divya in this position. What is she going to play here? Is knight into d2 still winning? I doubt it. b6, rook b2, now f4, gf4, king f3. This may be still winning for white. Yeah. So even now, Divya has the chance to look for a rook ending. But again, this is human psychology. Rook endings are never won. Rook endings are always drawn. It has been drilled into your head. What is Divya doing? Why is she going for another check? This looks like, okay, in one way you can say that she's gaining time, but in another way you can say that this is a player, it's a moves of a player who's in panic, who just plays checks. Okay, she went for rook into d, knight into d2, but unfortunately this may be a draw because she has chosen an unfortunate square. Rook b2, b7. Now the point is for h6 now, if white plays f4, gf4, king f3, this is the point. Black has the move king f5. Earlier, the black king was not coming to f5. Now it is coming to f5. So this is a very unfortunate decision by Divya. The win has slipped away from Divya's hand. Guys, this is turning out to be a heartbreak day for India. I mean, with a win, she was making a GM norm for sure. And she was winning hands down. And suddenly now we are reaching a position where there is almost no chance for her to win this position. Yes, I know some of you are going to tell me that you be positive. But unfortunately, in this position, it is very difficult to find a win for white in this position. I'm still trying to play positive stay positive by trying to win in this position. But unfortunately, this looks very difficult for white. Okay, that's an even unfortunate decision. In rook endings, when you are supporting the pawn, the rook should be on the side square. The rook behind in front of the passed pawn is almost always a disaster. Okay, guys, it's official now. This game will be drawn. I hate to say this. I hate to break this news for you. This is now a drawn position in spite of white being 2 pawns up because white has doubled pawns. Okay, still Divya has chances. What Divya should be doing is, say, for example, white to play. I go rook b8. Black has to, let us say, maintain the king on g7 means now I can come b7, rook b3, and now I win with moves like king g3 and h4 and all that. So here, Tan has to find the accurate move king h5. The point behind this move is that Earlier, I had this intention. Let's say after b7, rook b1, f4, gf4, king f3, rook b4. Here, I had an intention of creating zugzwang or something with h3. But the point is, this is also now drawn. There is no way that white can make progress in this position. And instead of playing b7, if I can go king f1 here, with the idea of running away, this is the crux. Black will go king h4, king h3, and capture king on h2. By the time white goes to attack the rook on b2, black king will come and capture on h2, and now white goes here. Next turning point, Tan has blundered. This is a day which all of us are not going to forget in our lives, I think. As I was explaining about king h5, king h4, Tan went king g7, a natural looking move. Now white is simply winning with king g3, rook g4. The point is now white has to play b7. Let's say you go g6 or something. This is the point. This beautiful move now, rook f4 is not possible because of rook b7 check, rook g8 check, and the b pawn queens. King g8 check and b8 queen, and I win gloriously. Yeah. So for h6, we have this glorious move f4, and if gf4, now the white king advances with king g4. Ta-da, 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 ta-da. Looks like white is winning. So what is happening here? Rook b1, white has played. So the path to victory is b7, but Divya has 2 minutes on her clock. But that, let's not worry about that. These are kids who are born with mouse in their hands, who are used to playing hyper bullet games with just 15 seconds and 30 seconds and so on. So I'm very sure that Divya Deshmukh has it all wrapped up here. Okay, let's not jinx it, but something tells me that this cannot be gone wrong with. H4, this is a nice trap. If it black has already played h6, gh4 is a nice trap because now there is a very old way known for man to win, and white just advances this pawn. Finally, f6 check is given and white wins. So for h4, that's the reason why she has played h6. How do I win this now? Again, the path to victory is taking the king up. King g3. Let's say you go rook b4. Okay, here there is a very nice move h5. The point of h5 is, let's say you wait with king h7, yeah? Check, king g8, f4 anyway. Maybe I need not even give check, yeah? If b7, let us say you have to wait with rook b3, king g4, rook g4, this also I am winning. So this is another path to win. What happened in the game meanwhile? Black played king h7. I think Divya is playing rook b7 not because she's not able to find the path. She is trying to gain time, guys. This is another clever thing done by players. In a position where they need time, they'll just quickly two moves. See, she has done that and she has gained 1 minute on the clock. This is the old pro technique. Okay, now she should be able to play f4 followed by king f3 and win the game. We have 6,500 people watching the game live. Welcome all of you. You have all chosen a very nice day to come and watch ChessBase India once again, when Divya Deshmukh, by winning this game, she is qualifying to the finals of the World Cup. She is getting a place to play in the women candidates tournament of this year, and she is making a grandmaster norm by winning this game. And if she wins the World Cup, she is winning the World Cup grandmaster title itself. And it looks like all this is happening. And as we are talking, Humpy's game is still in a flux. Still, the game is complicated. There is still chances. But anyway, I don't want to miss the moment when Divya won the game. She again did you see, guys, what she did? She again did these two moves to gain time. Okay. So she should be careful not to repeat it twice. So this is the first repetition. Rook on b4, check, check. Okay. She has found f4, and all of you be ready with your congratulations. There is no way after this the game is not going to win in a win for Divya Deshmukh. How many norms are needed to be a GM? It's a complicated calculation. 3 norms are generally safe. 2 norms if you make 1 norm in a round robin and 1 norm in a Swiss. I don't know about knockouts. What is the rule? Sorry. No audio. Everyone else is hearing the audio. Why? Yeah, finally. So after f4, white is winning, and this is a wonderful time to be happy and sip your tea. We all were concerned about Divya Deshmukh's position, and we were worried that she spoiled it. Probably what we missed in our moment of tension was that it was not easy for Tan to find the best moves as well. Yeah. See, for example, somewhere around here, in this position, it was not an easy task to find a move like King H5 as well. When push comes to shove, it is nervousness not just for the attacker, for the defender also. By the way, I really like the way that she has pushed h4, h5 instead of taking h into g5, of course. Yeah, she's gaining more on the clock and playing f4. Divya Deshmukh is winning. Yeah, there is another old pro technique. There is no need to give check now. This is the technique. King c7, rook g4, b7, and there is no stopping of king c8. Okay, f4. Tan played gf4, king g4. The side-stepping technique, this is called as, let the pawn on f4, I'll just go king f8, king g6, using the f4 pawn as a side screen. Generally, this technique comes up in king and pawn endings. Now we see it in a rook and pawn ending, which is very nice. Yeah. While live visuals are not being streamed, I think it's copyright issues. So after king g4, this is a complete win. What is Humpy doing? So in this position, she played d4, c4, king e4, king d4. Humpy is taking a little bit of a risk here. Say rook f2, king h2. Now it's important that the king stays in the square of the pawn. Yeah. Okay. This is a trap, guys. Here, Lee has to find the only way to draw, which is d3. Why it is difficult to find d3? Let's say rook g8. King e7 is the only way to draw again, because stopping rook d8. Rook a8. The idea is to bring the rook to d1 and attack it. Yeah. So this is also not a very easy way to draw. Okay. Now that Divya's game is won, let me go to Humpy's game, because, this is another thing to say about endgames. When you are very young, when you have just started to play chess, endgames fascinate you because, it looks like magic. You know, There are so many twists and turns. There are a lot of only moves to be played. There are a lot of positions where you should know a lot of basics and all that. So this looks very interesting when you are very young. And then you become a professional and then you grow as a player. At some point, if you are not a natural lover of the endgame, you find endgames not so interesting compared to the middle game, especially if you're a tactical player. But then you achieve a master's strength, you find a certain beauty in endgame. See, for example, in this question, I was showing you this variation. Don't forget, Humpy has 2 minutes on the clock and Lee has 1 minute on the clock. If Humpy goes for this, taking a risk, imagine every simple looking move will actually lose you the game. Here, for example, if you play d3, the difference is I come back king f2 and I come back king e1, I come back king d2 and I win the d3 pawn. Yeah. So you have to push the pawn exactly when the rook is on h2, not on h3. Okay. Now rook g8, the threat is to play rook d8 and hold the pawn. Okay. For example, d2 is just a loss because of rook d8. You got me? So again, black has to find the only move king e7, and now comes the crux, rook a8. The point of rook a8 is d2. I come rook a1, and now I have to come rook d1 and win the pawn. Again, you have to find the only move f5 to draw the game. Wait, it's not yet over. King g3, rook e2. Here, you have to be careful not to push f5 because of rook e1. I hope I'm not too fast. So here, for g4, king g3, rook e2, I have to play rook d1. Again, fg4 is a bad move because of king g4. Now the threat is to play king f3. Black has to play the correct move, rook e3 check, king f2, rook c3 or rook e4, and the draw is achieved. I tell you, it is next to impossible to play all these moves correctly. Okay. So this is where the character of both the players will be revealed. Okay, Humpy did not go king f3. She went king f1. We already reached this question, I believe. Yeah. Okay, the king was on e1. Now it goes to f1. Humpy has 1.5 minutes on her clock against Lee's under 1 minute. Lee is on. We have a super chat from Sangi 286. Is it true that winning World Cup will give title? Yes, I have been shouting all along. Thanks to Vivek. Thanks to Sagar pointing me out the same. Love your analysis. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sangi. Very nice of you. So now King E2. Okay, which means, okay, she went back to Rook H2 check. Come on, Humpy. Go for King D3. Go for King D3. Take a chance. Come on. It'll be lovely if, yes, she went King F3. Guys, we may have two winners in two complex rook endings in the same day in the semifinals of the World Cup. And both the matches are between Jain and Black made a mistake with Rook H3. Why it is very, very easy to make a mistake? Because when you are less on time, it's natural to give a check. It's human instinct. Okay, I'll remind you again why this question is good for white. King G2 now. The natural D3 will not work because of King F2 and come back and threaten the pawn. This is the point here. So, Rook H3 check, King G2 is the crux. Let us see if Humpy plays it, yeah? Divya Deshmukh is still well and firmly winning. There are 1,000 ways to win this position. B7 is the easiest. B7, King G7, King F5, King H7. I just go all the way to C6. I can win the game. Or, there's again an old pro way to win this game. I play rook d8, idea rook b7 means rook d7 check, and in opposition I can win the game with king and pawn ending as well. Just forget it. White is winning there. What is happening? Yes, Humpy came king f3, king g2, rook h4. Now king g3 seems obvious. King g3, rook h1, and now the winning move is f5. The point is, if king d6 natural move, rook a7, and I come and contain the pawn here, whereas look at these pawns here. The crux here is that at any point I wish, I can chuck g5 and create another passed pawn with f6. That is one. Second is when I start checking you, you have two problems here. Okay, I'll make some moves for argument's sake, okay? Let's say rook c1, okay? So rook c1, rook a6 check, king e7, h6. This is the crux of it. So you have to come back again and guard my pawn, yeah? Now this is the point. Of course, I can win with a stunt h7, but I like rook a7 and h7. Now the point is, White need not win only with the h7 pawn. He can even win by coming and winning these pawns. That's the point here. You got me? So, it looks like we have Koneru Humpy winning as well. Coldest moment in this tournament. Why? Who said that? Come on, man. Have a heart. This is the hardest moment of the tournament. Humpy winning. Do I sound dramatic? Generally, I don't. One of my principles about commentary is that to stay cool, but okay, Humpy made a small mistake here. She should have done f5 check first. She went rook a7. Doesn't matter here, probably because it is not possible to play all the right moments here. Okay, I'm extremely happy because Koneru Humpy is one of my most favorite players. This is an Indian player whom I have watched. I had the pleasure of playing against Koneru Humpy in 1997, first time when she was a child. I have watched with so much happiness the way she has grown as a world beater in Indian chess. Any moment when Humpy does well, I'm extremely happy because not only as a chess player on the board, even off the board, she has a wonderful temperament and about sportsmen, even chess players. I'm not criticizing anyone because competitive sports is extremely difficult to keep a balance about yourself. But these are very few people in this country like Humpy, Vishy, and all that who have zero ego about them. So I really get excited when Koneru Humpy starts doing well, and especially in such a crucial tournament like the World Cup. And guys, please imagine there will be a final between Koneru Humpy and Divya Deshmukh in the final. By the way, Black made the correct move. Rook g1 check. Why is it the correct move? Because rook f3. I'm sorry. I just got an update which I missed. So rook f1 check. Both have 1 minute on the clock. Now, a problem Humpy has is how will she get rid of the rook from checking her? So let's say if rook e3, Divya's game, did White mess up? Not really. Still winning. Yeah, she messed up compared to 2 moves ago, but she's still winning, I think. Okay, here she has to be. Oh my god, she did mess up. What is happening? This was. Okay, she did push b7 here. Okay, still she is back to the win. Rook e7 is still winning because if king d6, White can go rook e4 and win this ending, but she has to win this ending all over again, which is not easy. And if king f6, she can once again go rook c7, and if black goes king e5, she wins with, how is she winning this? Rook c5 check, king d6. No, this is not winning. Oh my good God. Why, Divya, why? Let me try to find a way to win this position. Rook e7, king f6. Okay, I have a thought. Why not just rook h7? The point is, if king e5, yeah, this should be winning. Rook h6, king here. How I win here is a very funny position. Generally, two pawns, h pawn and f pawn, are not winning, but here there is something in chess. Apart from file cutoff, there is something called a rank cutoff. I have drawn an invisible line against the black king, and the black king cannot enter again. So Divya is winning this way again, but she has to find the win. Oh my good God. You know what? We shouldn't predict the result of the game till the game happens, I think. What's happening in Humpy's game meanwhile? Okay, Humpy also messed up, unfortunately. Humpy still has some chance of winning with Rook G7, but it is not as clear anymore because it is. This is the portion we had 10 moves ago, if you goes. Yes. So now my worry is, where am I going to have my dinner? It's 9:40. King e5. So what happened? Rook h7, king e5. Divya did not take rook h6, which should have won her the game. She again went rook g7 for some reason. Rook g1, she went rook e7 check again. Black went king f6. She again went rook c7. Now king e5 back again. I am again winning with. No, this is not an easy win anymore. Hard luck, Divya. And our admin tells me she looks frustrated on Fide's stream. That's bad news. Bad news for us, bad news for Divya, bad news for the country. Okay, I really, really need a break again. So I'll come back again after 1 minute, after ordering my dinner. Extremely unfortunate. Finally, Divya blundered quite badly. Now there is absolutely no chance to win this game. Because let us say the same variation if we apply like earlier, rook into b7. Now there is no cutoff because the king is not on h4, it is on g2. And before it comes up, black king comes to f5. And now this is a dangerous move to play because black has rook b1 threatening checkmate himself. Yeah. So Divya has blundered and lost her chances to win this game. That's really, 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 really unfortunate. What is happening in Humpy's game? Okay, Humpy is winning. But again, she has to find the best move in this position. There's only one move to win in this position. The point is, if I move like this, if rook e1 check, king a3 and all that, I'll keep checking you. This is the point. So here, instead of rook e1, rook a5, she should go rook d5. The point of rook d5 is, if check now, black has this move, king c5. This is the point. And earlier, if rook a5, if rook d1 check, if you go king a5, the point here is black can go king f5 and capture the pawn. So she has only one move to win in this position and she misses it. She also blunders and plays f5. What is happening to these wonderful chess players who unfortunately missed a wonderful golden opportunity for both of them to be winning and playing for the finals of the World Cup? Well, by the way, a hearty welcome to my friend from Zambia, Brian Luwanyaka. I got your name correctly. Brian Luwanyaka and his wonderful son Tumalo Luwanyaka, who are watching the stream right now. A big hi from India, and your love for chess is hereby acknowledged and thanked. Okay, why can this game be not won at all? Can we have a look? I'll just go back to f6 to my safe haven, and if white goes back h3, I block you with king g5. And if I check you and king f6 and king g4, rook into b7, this position is a basic draw. It is such a basic draw that even if black loses the h pawn, h6 pawn, it is still a draw. Yeah, so that is why essentially this is the crux of the position. This is why this is a draw. So what is Divya thinking now? What does this position say? Honestly, there is nothing much to analyze here but to wait for her to make the moves. Is any chances? Unlike that game, Humpy's game still has some chances. It's not so bad as drawn completely. See, for example, white goes rook d1 check, black goes rook d1 check, king c3, rook c1 check, king d3, rook d1 check. I can come back and catch the pawn, catch the rook. Goes king h1. The crux is to keep the rook on d5. Keep the king cut off from the king side. Now, the point is you cannot keep on checking me because I'll find a way to get to the G file here. So what I'm telling is it's still not easy in this game. I'm sorry, I'll find a way to go to B4, not G4. So this has much more chances than, okay, the other game being drawn. This is still a game for after rook A5. Now, instead of rook H4, instead of rook d1. If you start checking me from the side, yeah, and if you wait on h1, same rook d5, and if you wait with the king instead, for example, how do I win this game? What is the best chance for white here? Maybe this is difficult to win as well, because if you go king b3, I go rook b4 check. Can I penetrate to the king's side? So let's say, okay, in the game, Humpy has played rook e4. What's the point of rook e4? Rook e1, I think she wants to go king f3 here. Is that what she wants? Okay, one factor in Humpy's favor is the position is still somewhat complex, and her opponent has only 3 minutes on the clock, and Humpy has 1 minute on the clock. So we still have some chances for Humpy to win this game. The most wonderful quote is by Srinivasa Prabhu, who says, "This moment too shall pass." Shashank Ashwath has a question. Rook d5 seemed the most obvious move at first glance. C-pawn has to be escorted. Yeah, it is the most obvious move, but the point is, chess is a very complex game. Over the board, many times they say a stronger player on the board always overlooks something which is seen by a weaker player out of the board. Yeah. So there are no answers to this question. Someone doesn't see something, someone doesn't see something, that's it. Okay, finally Humpy has given up her pawn on c4. Rook d4, rook a6 check. She wants to go for this ending. Sorry, that's a blunder again. King d7, rook into c6. This is a basic draw. Rook c5, and this is a simple draw again. So, any turnaround? Hey, how did the white king come to d3? Divya has given up the h5 pawn. We have only one heart. Please don't make us have an attack. Okay, for a moment I thought she lost it by playing rook d1, but it's not so bad. King c2 on rook d7, I still have a win with this, thank God. So king d3, how is she trying to win this, let us say? King h4. This is a very dangerous way to try to win. How am I going to win this position with white? Let us say I go rook g7. Let us say white goes h4. King e4, rook b4 check. King c6. Rook b3, king c7. Rook c3 check is the only move to draw the game. King d6, rook b3, king c7. I'm playing like a madman who has to win the game. Rook c3. Here you have to be careful not to go king b8. You have to go king d8 first. Rook b3, king c7, rook c3, rook c7, now rook b3. This is the crux of the position. The point is, if b8 queen, rook into b8, king into b8, king g3 is a draw. Actually, white has to be a little careful to draw the game. Let's hope it doesn't lose the game. So, in the position with king d3, the point I'm trying to make here is that even if white king goes to c7, catches the pawn with, supports the b7 pawn, and then tries to queen the pawn also, the point is the black king comes to h4 and then g3 and then captures or tries to push the pawn and draw the game. That's the point here. This is the crux of the position. Yeah. So we only have to see whether it all goes according to our predictions. Actually, what are our predictions? We don't have any predictions. After so many twists and turns, I don't have any predictions. Okay, Humpy's game has ended in a draw finally. How did the game end? Let me just see. So yeah,
Hello.
king d3 to king c4, rook c6, and then it's a draw. Okay. What is happening in Divya's game?
Saravanan
We
ji.
have Niklesh Jain. Niklesh bhai, before you came and went, we have all had about 7 heart attacks altogether.
No, same heart attack I'm also facing. I'm watching everything. So, okay. Humpy game already ended in a draw.
Yeah.
I think she played one of the finest rook end game, which
Yeah.
didn't finish
Yeah.
in her favor.
That's very true.
And also about Divya.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know, but I think for me we can clearly say it's all about nerves, definitely. But for me, I thought in that moment she will play rook g8, rook g6.
See, that's
Then
what.
she played rook b7.
See, there were many ways to win the position there. The easiest one was to push b7, I thought, Because once you have played b7, the black rook becomes completely inactive. It has to watch over b7 all the time. Yeah. So, okay, anyway, we can criticize players, but you know that chess is a very hard game and chess is full of mistakes. Recently, someone asked me, which is the best quote on chess in your opinion? In my opinion, the best quote on chess is chess ennobles men. Ennoble means it makes men noble. Chess ennobles men, for it is full of disappointments. This is a classic disappointment that we can all have as spectators and the players themselves. My heart goes out to Divya, but tempered by such disappointments only, you develop a strong heart, I believe, chess players.
Do you think any chance is still in Divya game? Any chance?
Marginal chances still, because another quote on chess is chessboard is full of blunders. Let me just take a minute's break. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, sure. Oh, so I think everyone are able to see the screen. Okay, so this is the screen shared by Saravanan ji. So I'm not going to change anything here. Anyway, the game is live and Humpy game already ended in a draw. भाई हिंदी में बोले तो दिमाग का दही हो गया भाई मेरा तो आज। मैं पता है आपको, मैं ना ये माइक वाइक लगा के हिंदी के लिए वीडियो रिकॉर्ड करने के लिए तैयार बैठा था, ऐसा पूरा सब सेटअप करके कि भाई जल्द जैसे ही आएगा फटाफट वीडियो डालता हूँ मैं। दिव्या का गेम मेरे को लगा खत्म ही हो गया और हम भी जीतने लग गए, तो मेरे को लगा 2-2 बनाते हैं। एंड देन सडनली थिंग्स टर्न अराउंड। और वी कांट से टर्न अराउंड, क्योंकि टर्न अराउंड मतलब तो हारने लगना होना, बट लाइक ये ड्रॉ बहुत ही करने वाला है। Okay, I'm not worried about Humpy anyway because means Humpy already achieved a lot in life and still I think she will qualify maybe tomorrow. But इतना क्लोज आके इतना जबरदस्त मैच खेला कोनेरू हम्पी ने, one of the best finest end game she played, where from out of nowhere she created the winning chances and almost about to win. And then there she missed rook d5 to just cut off the king. So what happened is कि whenever you're playing this high pressure game, the basic things sometimes you miss. Basic things Like, okay, cut off the king, we missed. In Divya game, I'm 100% sure if you put her in normal blindfold games, she will play rook g8, rook g6. Blindfoldly, she will play rook g8, rook g6, which is the most natural, normal move on the board. But when you are in pressure, your nerves is if you go and watch the live broadcast with the videos, you will feel that how much she's nervous. She's moving like this, and you can check her facial expression that how much she in pressure she's feeling, because जो जीत जब पास आती है ना, वो उसको संभालना बहुत ही मुश्किल काम है दुनिया का। और जैसे जैसे लेवल बढ़ता जाता है वो और डिफिकल्ट होता जाता है, इट्स बिकम मोर हार्ड एंड मोर हार्ड। और ठीक है, सी जस्ट 19 ओनली, बट एनीवे ये ब्रेक ऑलमोस्ट मिल गया था।
Yeah, I'm back.
ओके, सो सर्वनन जी ऑलरेडी वापस आ गए हैं। सो Saravanan ji
Yeah.
also back.
So
Yes.
back to see the game ending in a draw. So this is what I was telling Niklesh. I just support the pawn and I just
You
go
start
with the
pressing
king and
the
keep
H1.
pushing
Yeah.
it, and there is almost no way that white can win this position. That's the point here.
And now everything will be depend on tie break tomorrow. And the most challenging
Yes.
task is to come back from this setback that you are so close to winning.
Again, this is very difficult to predict whether a Divya who has missed so many wins will feel the pressure, or a Tan who has escaped from so many lost positions will feel the pressure.
No, if Divya forget about what happened today, then it's okay. But if
Impossible.
so then this is not going to be easy, because that thing will stuck in your mind. How I didn't play this move, how I didn't miss this. So
Niklesh, why I
even
leave
for
alone Divya forgetting. Can you forget?
I'm not मेरे दिमाग का दही हो चुका है. I mean, it's not possible. Means
This is very unfair of Niklesh, He's talking in Hindi and coming up with all these juicy things, which obviously I don't know.
okay, I have to say
Dimag ka
something like
dahi, etc.
my mind become yogurt now. I don't know what to say in English, but okay, overall. But the thing is, and also for me, also when Gokesh is playing, Divya is playing, this is also sometimes in some moment this became emotional for me, because you saw them from childhood, you're covering them from childhood. I had a video in Hindi ChessBase India when Gokesh is sitting one side and Divya is sitting one side. I'm saying maybe tomorrow they will be world champion. So yeah, let's see. Maybe still something can happen. One mistake, game can change still. अगर दिव्या गलती कर सकती है, so why not Tan?
We have done this mistake too much of what will happen after the game is drawn. So let us not come to a conclusion about this game before it is officially drawn.
No, everything is all about is nerves only, because वो हम नॉर्मल रह ही नहीं जाते जब जब इतना प्रेशर आता है ऊपर से, तो आपको सीधा सीधा भी दिखना बंद हो जाता है, बिकॉज इट्स ऑल हार्ट बीट ऊपर जाने लगता है। सो बाहर से
I have this theory about chess players. In my experience, I have seen many chess players who are career chess players from my generation and all. Beyond the age of 50, I've seen them kind of lose balance in a certain way. I'm not telling they've gone crazy, but their world views at least change very drastically. The reason why I'm telling this is because they are subjected to pressure every day so much that roz dimag ka dahi ban jata hai. So they become kind of lose a little bit of their balance, at least when it comes to outlook about life. They may be perfectly normal in behavior and all that. Blunder!
What? I was How she missed this now?
No, hold on,
Now
hold on, hold
rook
on.
can
How,
go to
no, hold on, hold on.
g8.
How is the blunder? Hold on, how is the blunder?
Because now if you give check, king b5, rook will go down and rook g8.
Hold on. If I just push
So,
h4, how will you win this?
rook g5 now. Rook g5.
Rook b5, idea, rook b5.
Now
Okay, the
the
point is after rook b7, king b7, king h2 here,
whoa.
I just win this position. Okay.
I hope Divya don't miss this time, Divya.
So king h3,
Oh.
king c6 has been played. If you play rook c4 check here, you gave some very fancy variation. What was that?
Yes.
King b5, rook
If
b1.
rook will go down, I think rook g8 should be win now. Rook g8.
And
Rook g8. Because now
Niklesh bhai, rook g5
ah.
wins again. Why rook g8?
Okay, but I was thinking rook g8 because now you have a support in b8. So that will
Yeah,
I was
rook
thinking
g8
that.
is unnecessary drama, yaar. Once again, rook
Okay, but
king c6 again h4. You have to calculate all this.
this is not
Simple,
after
yeah.
queen. This is not a win. No, okay, even the rook endgame. Okay, I was thinking in one moment you can take f4 and then h4. No.
What
Okay,
is
anyway,
happening?
win anyway.
You know, Dweritsky has written a book. The name of the book is Tragicomedy in Endgames. That is the name of the book.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
this
In every,
if
I
there is a
think,
revised edition of this book, this game has to come in the very first page, I think.
and not only one position, many positions.
Yeah. Okay, Niklesh, let us try to rationalize. Two of the best players in the world, women players in the world, how can they go wrong so many times consistently, in your opinion? Why?
Uh,
One is
uh,
pressure, obviously. आप वो छोड़ दो.
okay.
Pressure, बिना pressure और क्या हो सकता है? To be a reason for so many ups and downs in this game, in your opinion?
Okay. Means okay. Apart from pressure, also desire is also play the role. No.
See, वो सब एक ही है ना. Desire,
Hmm.
pressure, attention, वो सब छोड़ दो आप. ये सब छोड़ के what else can be a thing? My theory is that endgames are hard. Chess is hard. Endgames are extremely hard.
This is something need to announce. Okay,
What?
our stream is little delayed or something. Live game. Divya already won. This is the confirmation.
So no more heart attacks, no more heartbreaks.
No more heart attack. Divya already won.
Congratulations and celebrations. I'm finally going
Oh,
to have a dinner now.
oh, ah. Okay, not
Fantastic.
ours. Okay, उनका stream delay है. Okay.
निकलेश भाई आपने बोलना नहीं चाहिए. लोग बोल रहे हैं कि बोला क्यों अपना VS स्पॉइल हो गया. But it's
अरे
fine.
भाई मैं तो मुझे लग रहा है कि वो मोमेंट झेल लेना इज इम्पोर्टेंट टू एंजॉय दैट मोमेंट मीन्स वो हार्ट अटैक ज्यादा देर नहीं लेके रखना है
What a game, what a game, what a game.
Okay.
Okay, I'll tell something on the fun side. Please, guys, take it on the fun side. No disrespect meant for
Oh,
Divya and Tan. Long ago, I played a game like this, full of blunders, full of mistakes, lots of ups and downs against International Master Rahul Shetty. This is very long ago, 1994 National Championship. So, Grandmaster Praveen Tipse, fantastic sense of humor. He said, next time both of you play Rook and Pawn ending, I'll run out of the tournament hall.
no, and I'm saying Saravanan ji says that he played once only. I played those games many times in my career. They were a fully winning position I gifted to my opponent. Just 2 days back, I did the same.
See, the reason is that, chess is hard, endgames are extremely hard, not at all easy. Hey, why is she going king b5? Okay, now she has to find rook g5. For God's sake, please find rook g5. She has
And-
less than 1 minute in her clock, Niklesh.
Oh my
But you
God.
said she has won already. What am I talking?
Here people are
Really, you
saying like
spoiled the
that.
fun by telling, man. You should not have told this. Very bad of you.
Okay, okay. ChessBase India already posted. Okay, so that must be confirmed now. Wow. But what a game. What a game. And anyway, let's discuss something. The achievements. First, she got one GM norm. Number two, she qualified for candidate. So two big things already in Divya account. Now she became the first woman player to qualify for World Cup final for India. In the same time, youngest, because earlier World Championships happened in the same format where Harika won some, I think, bronze medal.
Yeah.
But I think no one reached, even in this format, no Indian woman reached the final till now so far.
This is a great achievement. Wonderful player, Divya. Excellent achievement. This is winning and reaching the finals of the World Cup. Amazing.
Okay, now Divya already won. So now, okay, this is about Tan also. How she lost the World Championship in a way. And after that, she's still not able to, I think, regain her momentum.
There is a super chat by Pawn Monarch. He says, players are human too. No one should forget that. Excellent. Very,
Yes,
very
yes,
correct.
yes.
Basically, pressure.
Pressure,
Human
yes.
beings do get into pressure and irrational stuff does happen. And chess is not chess is not an exception, and chessboard is not an exceptional place. So let us salute these players first of all for
Yes,
reaching the
yes.
semifinals. And this is a wonderful human game.
And so the Tan fighting spirit.
Yeah,
In
exactly.
some moments, it's like from like it's like okay, black cannot do anything, but she's kept fighting, and almost she made a draw. Okay, now Divya Queen officially on our chat or here. Okay, now the matter of technique, you have to save the F pawn first.
Just
Bring your
simple king
king.
d5, king e4 wins. If king d5,
Yes,
king
yes.
f3, I think just rook b3 check and king e4 wins. So,
And you have to bring your king, and in the end, take the H pawn, capture the F pawn, game over.
yeah, bring king g3. The point is, if king
Mm.
f3, I go rook b3 check, and wherever the king goes, king here.
Okay. This is also winning. Okay.
It's a straightforward way to win.
Yeah.
Okay, she went king rook b3 first.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
the point
think
must
this
be
is
that
her
if
idea. Okay.
h4, king
Yeah. Just
e4,
bring king
h3,
e4 and
here,
then yeah,
h2, I
and
go
then yeah. Yeah.
fantastic play by Divya, but
Wow.
excellent fight by Tan. She just never gave up, and wonderful fight. Really, really nice to see this. I mean, it makes you kind of understand that you are so
I
small
think
in front of a
I
mighty.
think Saravanan, I think in these kind of matches, the player who is winning in making more mistakes because of nerves, and the player who's losing would say, "Okay, let's try my best now." So it's like that. The moment you start winning, your heart is start going another way, and as everyone is human. Oh my God.
So I think tomorrow you have a job. I don't have a job. Tomorrow you have a job to comment on the tie breaks.
Tie break.
Yeah.
Okay,
great.
and first, right now I have a lot of jobs. I have to create a video. I have to send report for newspaper and a lot of
I see
things
that you are
happening.
doing the job of a father also in between.
Yeah, he's shouting in between also. Hey, Angel, Shrest, Divya already won. You
So
want to
we
say
have.
congrats? Come
We
here, say
say
congrats. Say.
Congrats.
very well done. Hello, who is this? Hello, nice to see you.
Congrats.
We
No,
thank
he's there,
all
he's
our
there.
viewers. We have
Say,
5,500
Divya.
viewers
Well done,
watching this
Divya.
live right now, this broadcast. Very nice of you who have joined us, and such a beautiful moment for Indian chess. Anytime we are expecting the result to be announced, this is as we just heard, she has already won the game.
Okay,
Fantastic.
Angel, who's your favorite chess player?
Cash.
Gukesh? Okay. Go.
Mm. There are many guys who are saying QT and ah for your son. Niklesh.
Uh, no, he actually, when my son was, I think, 2.5 and something, then he met Gukesh also and Divya also.
Oh.
So Divya already played with him a lot when he was more young, even 1.5 to 2.5. Divya always come, ask for him and play with him. Okay,
Lightning
so
Kid
this
says, seeing all these games, what I have realized is that to win a game of chess, having an excellent temperament is way critical than finding best moves every time. Very well put. Excellently put. Yeah, chess is a lot about temperament. So, yeah, wonderful quote. Nice.
wow. So at least something good happened. And Saravanan, I will just tell you that I already wrote the report 1.5 hour before. Okay. For newspaper, I had to do something like that. So I predicted the score and Divya was winning. So I wrote, okay, Divya already achievement this, and Humpy draw, and she has to play tiebreak tomorrow. And then I was about to send them, and then suddenly Humpy start winning. So I said, so wait, things are changing. And then both game about to draw. So I say, okay, I told them, no, wait, don't publish anything now. If I didn't confirm you, don't publish anything because maybe we will not publish any news today.
What is that we are getting on the
Okay.
screen? Something wonderful. Into the
Ah,
finals, Divya Deshmukh. That's a very nice graphic done by ChessBase India, I'm sure. Yeah, wonderful graphic.
yes. There is a full team dedicated to.
निकलेश भाई आप कल से एक काम करो सुबह चार चार रिपोर्ट लिख लो for every combination. We have a super
चार तो
chat from Dheeraj. Spoiling the result ruined the game experience. अरे चलो यार, it's okay. मांग जाओ. Sorry, we got so excited and we are emotional.
No,
We are
this is
sorry.
my mistake. I announced,
That's
but
okay. Yeah.
but
So
I
please,
think
Dheeraj, be patient with us. Yeah.
Okay.
So shall we call it a day?
Yes, Sarunanji. Thank you so much, and I'm very happy that the day ended it with amazing news. And I hope tomorrow Humpy will qualify again. So maybe the final between Divya and Humpy.
So Uma says, after several heart attacks, we have survived. Thank you, Uma. That's the feeling here also, but we have survived in a very happy way today. Thanks to our wonderful audience who kept up all the way through for about 7 hours now?
Yep.
Yeah, 7 hours you have kept up with us. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. So tomorrow we have the Niklesh, you have to take over. What time are you
Yes,
doing?
yes. Tomorrow I will be there, and tomorrow we are going to follow the tie-break games of Humpy versus Lei Tingjie. Let's see. And one very important thing. Sarvanji, please correct me before you leave. Humpy beat Lei Tingjie in World Rapid Final.
I'm sorry, I don't remember. Extremely sorry.
No, when Humpy became first time the World Rapid champion in
I
final,
don't remember.
she beat one Chinese player. I have to just confirm that thing only, I think.
I'm just checking. Yeah, you are very right, Niklesh. Wonderful memory, excellent. So Humpy won the World Rapid Chess Championship by beating her very opponent of today, Lei Tingjie, in the final in 2019, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, 2019, correct. Yeah, that was when she won. I remember very well because it was before the pandemic. So excellent. So she has a good record also. Wonderful.
तो सभी लोगों को बहुत बहुत बधाई जाने के पहले, स्ट्रीम खत्म करने से पहले, कि इतिहास रच दिया है यहाँ पर दिव्या देशमुख ने। पहुंच गई है, फाइनल में पहुंच गई है। 19 साल की लड़की है और कमाल का टेम्परामेंट दिखाया। तान जोंगोई जो कि वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप अभी खेल के आ रही है, एक बार ऑलरेडी वर्ल्ड चैंपियन है, उसको हराना प्रेशर सिचुएशन में, और वो भी कई बार हार्ट ब्रेक होने के बाद, कि हार रही पोजीशन, लगभग ड्रॉ हो गई, ऑलमोस्ट विनिंग पोजीशन, और उसके बाद कमबैक करके कमाल कर दिया। और बधाई तान को भी, एक बार फिर से उन्होंने दिखाया कि वो कमाल के खिलाड़ी हैं। और कल टाई ब्रेक पे अब हम सब जो है जुड़ेंगे और फॉलो करेंगे इस टूर्नामेंट को। धन्यवाद
Thank you,
सभी को।
Niklesh. Good night.
थैंक यू, गुड नाइट।
हेलो हेलो हेलो।
ओ
आ गया, आ गया.
Congratulations, Sara, Niklesh. Congrats, guys.
What a
भाई,
day. You should not have left, Sagar.
But you know, Sara, you saw it home, yeah, at the end. It was insane.
Amazing. How many turnarounds. And honestly, apart from Divya, her opponent also fought extremely well. Very big fight. Yeah. Tan.
I was actually worried when the game was about to be drawn. I thought like Divya would not be able to recover from this, and tomorrow, like in the tie breaks, it would be very tough. So actually, in a way, this victory means so much.
She makes a GM norm. She gets into the final of the World Cup. And
Yes.
what an
And
achievement by
candidates.
these youngsters. Yeah. Youngster.
Candidates 2026. First Indian to qualify in candidates 2026, not just in women's candidates, but also in open, because right until now, there's no other player who has done it.
Yes. There is a super chat from Pawan Bhargav. Chess is not for timid souls, viewers included. Very correct, Pawan Bhargav. You're very right. Yeah.
The bar makes everyone a little bit brave, like just being able to withstand it. But Niklesh, how are you feeling?
भाई बहुत बार हार्ट अटैक आ रहा था मेरे को। मैं इधर ना श्रेष्ठ बैठा है बाजू में, मैं अपना सेटअप वेटअप लगा के बैठा था। जैसे ही गेम खत्म होगा मैं वीडियो शूट करूंगा यहाँ पे तुरंत, सब सेटअप लगा के बैठा, माइक वाइक लगा के। एंड देन सडनली दिव्या ने ब्लंडर किया, गेम इक्वल हो गया। तो बोला चलो कोई नहीं, हम्पी का वीडियो बनाऊंगा मैं अभी। फिर हम्पी ने ब्लंडर मारा, हो गया। फिर वो गेम भी इक्वल हो गया। मैं बोला अभी हो गया सब, मैंने सब निकाल विकाल के रख दिया। तो बोला अभी हो गया, अभी क्या ही है। फिर विवेक भाई का मैसेज आया कि जाओगे क्या, तो मैं बोला चलो चलते। मेरे को ऐसा लगा कि शायद कुछ चेंज हो जाए भाई। वो ऐसा सुबह फिर अपन
Oh,
रहते ना, तो बोला चलो
so
चलते हैं भाई।
so when Niklesh you joined, it was equal, yes?
फुल इक्वल है। तो बट
Arre, bringing in
नहीं
luck,
बट
yeah.
भाई कुछ ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता है। वो सब वो बोर्ड पे वो लोगों ने किया, वो अपने
Correct.
दिमाग की बात है। मुझे लगा कि शायद जाने से नहीं, ऐसा होता है ना, आपके किस्मत में होता है वो विनिंग मोमेंट देखना, तो इसीलिए मेरा लक था कि मैं आ गया। तो
Correct.
इट्स अमेजिंग।
Yeah, amazing. Well, Sara, thank you so much for. I think you commentated for like 4 hours or something, or maybe 3 hours. So thank you so much for this, and also a historic day for Indian chess, for sure. So very very excited.
Thank you. Thank you, Sagar. Thank you, Niklesh. Let's call it a day.
Yes.
Heavyweight here.
Bye.
Hikaru Nakamura
Bye.
and Magnus Carlsen.